I request who are outside, if they all can come inside and settle down. We are going to start. सिर्फ शरारत थी। अनीता मैडम यहाँ मिसिंग है, बट उन्होंने भी क्या रंग जमाया, क्या गान सुनाया। एंड पोइनी मैडम कहाँ पीछे रहने वाली थी, उन्होंने भी कुछ रंग जमाता हूँ। बहुत ही कमाल की रात थी ये रात, जिंदगी भर याद रहने वाली है। आप सभी ने काफ़ी लुत्फ उठाया होगा, काफ़ी रंग जमाया। This is going to be a memorable moment and this is going to be recorded forever. So I hope you all had a great evening yesterday and I can feel that ये कल रात का ही नशा है जो धीरे धीरे उतर रहा है। इसीलिए भीड़ थोड़ी कम है, मगर रंग खूब जमने वाला है। आज का ये आखिरी दिन है, मगर ये काफ़ी ज़ोरदार होने वाला है। तो एक बार ज़ोरदार तालियां बजाइए आपके लिए। So Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, Mission Director, AIM, he has agreed to come and meet all of us in person, and he wanted to be with all of us, but there is some unfortunate reason. There's a bereavement in the family, and because of that he couldn't be here, and we express our sincere respect to him and the entire family. Instead of all these things, he has still sent a video for us. He has sent a recorded video. So we'll first watch that video. And thank you, Chintan sir, for sharing this with all of us. We love you and take care of yourself, and your family needs you. That's more important. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's take a look at the video.
Greetings everybody, this is Chintan Vaishnav. I am the Mission Director of Atal Innovation Mission. I suspect I know a number of you in this crowd. I'm sorry I'm having to chat with you via this video message as opposed to being able to be with you in person, which I really wanted to be. But there's a family emergency I have to take care of, and therefore I'm unable to be there. I'm thankful that ISBACON agreed to let me convey this message through video. I was keen to be there, or I'm keen to relay this message to you at this point because I really see that there are some issues that we must take up going forward for our nation startup ecosystem that we really cannot take on without an entity like ISBACON playing an important role in these issues. And what I want to relay to you is a two-part message. on how I see the importance of ISBACON and how I see we want to organize further so that it can take up the issues I'm going to talk about. The two parts are, one is ISBACON's role internal to our nation, and second is its role external to our nation, or as we represent ourselves globally. Let me first speak to the internal to our nation topic. So we stand at an inflection point as a nation. I can say this sitting inside the MeitY, although what I'm relaying to you is not MeitY's views, is my own views. But what I can see is that in the years to come, in fact, the near future, we will need some major issues to be represented by people like ISBACON. For example, we do very little procurement from startups today. We do it in defense. We don't do it in many other areas. I know there's awareness about it. We are talking about it in the government all the time. But where will be that constant pressure and demand for it come from? It requires representation of startups and incubators and so on in some collective fashion. That collective representation has to happen forcefully, because otherwise we're not going to be able to break through and do procurement on scales at which we should do it. And if we don't do that, then in many sectors we will kind of, as they say, peter along, but we will not really make a big difference. Right. So that's one issue where collective representation is needed. Let me say one more issue. For example, if you look at two numbers, the percentage rise or fall in number of startups year over year. So what was the rise compared to last year in the number of startups, for example? That's one number. And second number is the percentage rise or fall in the public plus private investment in startups year over year. Then I think you can see something like, you can argue that, let's say, if the number of startups grew 80%, but the amount of investment grew only 40% as compared to last year, for instance, we can say that there's 40% more risk taking because people are doing startups, as opposed to risk underwriting, right? If it were the other way around, then we might say, okay, there's more risk underwriting than risk taking. For such a measure, what we see is that for last several years, by and large, with the exception of the COVID year, our number of young people taking risk is far higher than the amount of risk underwriting that's going on. Can this go on forever? I don't think so. I think we, again, collectively have to say that how will we raise money? How will we pay startups on time? I see the processes, and we're trying to battle on behalf of startups every day inside the system. So these efficiencies and both the amounts and the efficiency, we will have to bring it to startups. Otherwise, I don't think people will keep taking risk if we're not efficiently underwriting risk. Up to a certain level, I'm not saying that everybody who doesn't even deserve money gets money. That's not the point. The point is, when you have a good idea and you're doing good work, you should have a reasonable chance of getting funded. This requires collective effort and representation. It is not a job of a single startup to do that. These are issues internal to us where collective representation is the only way we can really accelerate the pace of solving these problems. Let me speak to the external part of it that is representing us globally. Now, you remember that last year we had a Startup 20 in India, and it was so vibrant and so open, and there were so many countries that participated and so on. This year, Startup 20 Summit just took place in Brazil. Now, Brazil had a very different setup than India's setup. In India, the government was the one that said we should add Startup 20 to G20. And it provided all the support. At least 80-90% of the financial support also came from the government. In Brazil, it was exactly the opposite, in the sense that in Brazil, it was run by an association called Startup Association called AABS Startup, AB Startups. AB Startups is Latin America's largest startup association. It's like saying we have a CII for Asia, that kind of thing. But it does not have the backing of the government like we have in the startup movement in our country. So this is like saying they have a CII, but the Ministry of Commerce equivalent does not recognize them. Think about it. It's a very, very different setup. And you could see it was a very different momentum. It was a very different undertaking for them, etc. And what we learned was many nations around the world really appreciate that India has a vibrant ecosystem. They want to learn from us. They would rather partner with us than many other nations. And how will we build that international brand and take our startups international and represent our country internationally? I think collectivization is the only way. And I don't know what ISBACON's plans are in that direction, but we really need your help, because even a few months ago, as you remember, the World Intellectual Property Organization of the United Nations, they have signed an agreement with Atal Innovation Mission to take our templates to countries of the global south. This is not something that I imagine only government doing. I imagine this to open up opportunities for our ecosystem. And those opportunities have to be collectively anchored. And we really have to represent ourselves such that we really can tell the world that, yes, we do have a very functional ecosystem. And we're willing to work with you, teach you, create opportunities for you and us. I think that's the juncture at which we stand, and I hope that ISBACON will take up this issue of active collective representation to participate in these issues that are forthcoming, and without solving them efficiently, we really can't go to the next orbit. Once again, many thanks, and once again, apologies for not being there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chintan sir, for sharing such an inspiring video for all of us. What exactly startup needs, the risk appetite, the value contribution, and he also spoke about how India has largely come up on G20. We all know his contribution in Startup 20, how committed he is. So thank you for sharing such a lovely message for all of us. And moving ahead, next we have a panel discussion. A session on Seed to Scale, Investor-Founder Dialogues on Optimizing Incubator Partnership. I would request the session manager, Ms. Kanan Debar, Vice President, Kasturi from CCMB. She will be taking you further.
Thank you, Gladys. Hi, I'm Kasturi. I'm a program manager at AICC CMB, and welcome back this morning. So we've heard that there are around 1,100 incubators in the country as of today. And what is also coming across is that the way forward for these incubators is to collaborate rather than compete. So what are some of the other aspects that incubators must take in their stride as they move forward? This panel, comprised of investors and founders, has come together to offer their insights as to what can make an incubator a better ecosystem. So with this, I'd like to call upon the session chair, Mr. Sunil Shekhawat, founder and CEO, Sanchi Connect. I'd also like to call upon stage panelists, Mr. Priyank Garg, managing partner, Indian Angel Network Fund. Mr. Chandran Krishnan, Managing Director, Campus Angels Network. Mr. Surya Rao, Founder, Altheon Tech Innovations. And Mr. Kashyap Reddy, CEO and co-founder, HitWicket. So over to you, Sunil.
Hello. Hi, good morning, everyone. Good to see that there are at least some show-offs today morning after the yesterday's bashing party. We have very limited time, 30 minutes, and I'm being told by the organizers that I don't have the luxury the way yesterday happened. I cannot extend my time. So we'll try to limit it within 30 minutes. And I think the format allows us maybe one round of questions beyond our introduction and a closing note, right? So I'll start with my introduction. I run a company called Sanchi Connect. We started as a subsidiary of a private equity fund. We do bunch of things. We invest also. We have invested in 14 deep tech early stage startups. We have a product line. We talked about the SaaS product that we have. We work with some of the established incubation centers, and now we are trying to support ISBA also. My personal background is I've been an entrepreneur, was heading NASSCOM's startup program for 6 years, and we'll have more. So I'll pass it on to Priyank.
Thank you, Sunil. Thank you, ISBACON team, for having us here. My name is Priyank Garg. I'm managing partner. What sounds like a oxymoron, Indian Angel Network Fund. So actually, just to briefly mention, I've been an angel investor with IAN, Indian Angel Network, since 2009. Angel investor myself since 2007. But I'm now managing partner for IAN Alpha Fund. An Alpha Fund is basically a venture capital fund from the IAN group. So the Angel Network does investments typically from 1 to 5, 6 CR, and anything above 6 crores to 23 crores, it comes to the fund. So we are a proper venture capital fund investing in pre-series A, Series A companies. We are investing in a lot of sectors, but our interests are focusing on deep tech, climate, biotech, agri-tech, manufacturing 4.0, and fintech. Basically, sectors that we think are the future of the next decade of India. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Chandran Krishnan. I'm the MD and CEO of Campus Angels Network. We are focused on supporting deep tech startups which are incubated at university campuses, which have got early product, customers with early product validation and are looking for support for the go-to-market validation. We support up to 2 crores. I've got, this was promoted 1 year back. My own background, I studied at IIT Madras, went to IIM Calcutta. 35 years of corporate experience where I worked in HCL Tech and CK Birla Group and Hinduja Group and Rani Group and so on. Had a lot of global experience, worked in multiple verticals. I think which all is playing out because today I need all that experience. 5 years back, I came to the startup ecosystem where I headed Chennai Angels. I was part of about 40-50 investments. And briefly, I headed SSN Incubation Foundation, which is the part of Shivanada Group. I'm on the board of IIM Calcutta Innovation Park. And 2 of my colleagues from Chennai Angels who are here today, Kritik and Vasant, the 3 of us started last year. We have funded 5, we have closed 5 deals and 7 deals which are getting closed. So that is, and we are partnered with about 40 incubators all over India. And we are looking for more partnerships with incubators to support deep tech startups. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm Surya Rao. Happy to be here. So I'm the founder of a water tech company. So we make ultra pure water units for healthcare applications, mainly kidney dialysis and also laboratory, your MilliQ, your famous MilliQ grade water systems. So I also come, before I started this company, I was heading a couple of incubators, including the one here in Hyderabad, the BITS Pilani Hyderabad incubator, and then one in Kuwait. So I hopefully bring perspectives from both sides. Also happy to see Harkesh sir here and Poine ma'am. So yeah, I'm happy to be part of this panel.
Hello everyone, I'm Kashyap. I'm the CEO co-founder at HitWicket. We are a Hyderabad-based gaming company behind the game HitWicket. HitWicket is we have 10 million users across 100 plus countries. We are venture capital backed by the likes of Prime Venture Partners and Horizons in Singapore and Chennai Angels. We're also backed by Harsha Bogle. In the course of the next 3 to 4 years, we want to be at a global level one of the biggest success stories in consumer tech coming out of India. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So I'll start with the startups first, the ones who are representing startup here. I don't know if you have given that consideration, but we have somebody who's representing a fund which comes at a growth stage. We have somebody who's investing right immediately after the startups are graduating from the incubation center. We have somebody who's a startup and have run an incubation center, and we have a startup. So such a diverse pool of people. So Kashyap, my question is to you. Now, what happens is, and I want to focus on the autonomy, of driving your company. You're incubated, at an incubation center, and then you get funded by a early stage investor. What happens to your autonomy? Do you think that at times we as founder, we struggle to take our own decisions? And if so, what do you think that how can these incubators and early stage investors also give you more authority and little more flexibility around that, if you think so?
Got it. I would say that we need to look at everybody who joins us in our journey as our partners, and need to understand that everybody's goal is the same. The company needs to succeed, right? The only case when there's likely to be a misalignment is if the fund or whatever, they are not familiar with the domain, or they invested for the wrong reasons, or the company had different things in mind when they got funding and now they want to do something else, right? If those two are our checkbox, that's where even in the fundraising round, in the presentations and all, if you're very clear about what you want to do as a company for the next 3 to 4 years and having like constant feedback meetings with them, I think it kind of tends to go fairly smoothly, right? The way we see it is, as founders, we understand our business very well. We understand our product, we understand our users, we need to be the owners of that. But some of the other things like processes and hirings and compliances and things like that, these are not our DNA, right? We are not experts of that. And if the incubators in particular can help us on that front, you end up leaning on them a lot more. So I think there needs to be a bit of a demarcation on who is the owner of what aspect of it. And if that structure and decision making is very clear, then it becomes easier. We've been very fortunate to have really supportive investors who've been through us from ups and downs. And I can vouch for how much of value they've added to us. So we've had a really good experience on that front. Yeah.
Great. So the takeaway is one area where the incubation centers can really focus on a lot is on the compliance side, the things which are accessory to the business of the founder, where he can skip by relying on a partner like an incubation center who can really make his or her life easy. Surya, I'm coming to you now. So you've ran an incubation center, now you are on the other side, you're running a company. Pre-seed to seed, and seed is where Chandran exists, right? Now, I'm taking you to your previous journey where pre-seed startups exist. I know, we all see that a lot of investors are invited by incubators, but what beyond that? What do you think can incubators do to make the founder's life even more easy? Because they are at that level where, one side you have the incubator holding you or, guiding you. The other side you have to keep on, slowly and steadily you have to lose your arm so that somebody else can hold that founder.
Yeah, thanks, Sunil. So I'd say, having been through this journey from being incubated and all that, the first thing the incubator could do is really set a tight filter on which ideas they validate. So basically, startup founders tend to be sometimes emotional people who can run with an idea. So if the incubator can tell them very frankly that this is not going to fly, you'll be ending a lot of pain in the future for many startups. I've seen a lot of companies build non-viable products and realize it 4 years later. So if the incubator could really set tight filters into the filter process, that would be great. But having said that, in incubators, we are under pressure to fill up the seats, the rooms and all that. So we should set a very tight balance about who we allow into the incubator. Mainly from an empathetic point of view, the startup should not be wasting, founders should not be wasting any time in their lives. That's what we should be doing as incubators.
So which means the takeaway is you have to be the devil's advocate there. We are not there to make them happy. We are there to make them more realistic, right? Okay, Chandan, over to you. I have, every time we have met, I think this is the first time we are meeting at a place which is not a incubator. So always academics, you guys, in fact, I think your USPs, you look at startups which are coming out of the incubators from the academics, correct? Now, how do you think the incubators can add to their journey, making them more and more qualified to fetch interest of people like you?
Yeah, I'll be a little long here. Okay, so one thing I want to say is I think it's a very important thing to understand, and many of the incubators may be familiar with what I'm going to say right now. See, there are 6 stages to an entrepreneur's journey, right? Starts with germination, which is the idea stage. Just idea. There's nothing there at that time. Then they move into the idea validation phase. We call it pre-incubation. So where you need to check whether the idea has got enough legs. And only if the idea has got enough legs, you need to go to the next stage, right? Which I call it the product validation stage, where you build the minimum viable product and you test and see whether customers are willing to pay and buy the product. That I call it the hard incubation process. That is the incubation stage. The 4th stage is go-to-market validation, where you are looking for accelerating your journey into finding out customers, engagement model, pricing, revenue, etc., which I call it acceleration. And then you have growth stage and then scaling stage. So this is how I would classify the different stages. So incubation, of course, you go through their entire journey from pre-incubation to incubation to acceleration. You do all that. Let us look at from investors' perspective, how we look at it. So where idea stage, nobody is going to fund, right? Idea validation also, nobody is going to fund. So the startup has to bootstrap and then they have to go and look for validation, meeting about 100 prospects maybe to find out whether there is any opportunity there. When you go to the next stage, which is the product validation phase, today we have a lot of support. We have different government schemes, Startup India, Nidhi Prayas, MeitY, and so on, where for product validation there is support available, and you are also equipped, and most of the incubators are familiar with the funding which you can avail to help startups in that phase. And the next step, next stage, go-to-market validation is a stage where you will start seeing investors coming, right? There is where we come. So unless you have a very strong validation of the idea and the product, okay, investors are not going to be able to look at funding such a startup which have not gone through those phases. So that is, I want to say, we at Campus Angels Network, we come in at the product validation, at the go-to-market validation phase, and so there is where we are looking for startups to fund. Now, a couple of things I want to add here. See, what we look for is for the startup, the founders. They should, the vision should be clear. Their idea validation should have been done properly. They have the right team. So, some of the things I think he also addressed, you need to look at which startups you want to onboard. So, team has to be strong. They should have strong domain expertise. They should have the capabilities to actually go the long haul. All these are familiar what you are talking about. But we as investors, we give a hard look at these things. We look at whether they are unrealistic in terms of their expectations, their projections. So these are some of the things we really look at before we decide whether we want to fund. And I suppose I've covered what you wanted to ask.
No, absolutely. You've given a playbook to the people, I think.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chandran. So, Priyank, now I want you to focus on the influence part of an investor over a founder's journey. What do you think in terms of influence an investor should have? Or incubator can also. On the business of that company in terms of business model or business canvas, when all those basic things are being done. I know you're at a little later journey, and at times I have seen that investors try to manipulate the business model at that stage also. But here I want to go one step back. What do you think, how much these people who are standing next to the founder should have their influence on on the business modeling and all that?
So thanks, Sunil. I'll take a second to give my context, right? So, of course, when I was at IIT Delhi, there was no startups, no incubators. That was last millennium. Even at Stanford, the concept of incubators was not so widely prevalent in the US like it is in India. I think in the US is around 2,000 or so incubators and accelerators. India has crossed 10,000, as we just heard. The point to understand is that incubators and subsequent early stage investors, and I've done early stage investing as an angel investor right from 2007 onwards, and then the VCs, especially pre-series A VCs, we are at different stages of the company. Now, if you look at it, ultimately we are investors, all of us. We are not owners of the business, and in my mind, they are basically selecting and standing with the founder and the promoter. Now, if we are any good at our work and if we are leveraging and learning from our experience, we should bring that onto the the experience of the founder. The founder may not have as wide an exposure just because he's in a particular sector, because maybe he's doing it the first time, and so that experience and learning we should bring to bear on the founder. But I don't think in any situation when we are taking 15, like incubators taking 2, 2.5, 3, 4%, 5%, or even VC investors like looking at 20, 25%, we are upfront in the investment thesis, not expecting to take control of the company. Now, some things will be a black and white no-no, like compliance elements will be obviously non-negotiable, and those things have to be aligned on. And fundamental business premise, which is the basis on which the company was invested in, those things may remain under veto. But on a day-to-day strategic basis, I think a concept of a veto or a concept of a control is not appropriate for investors to have. Unless the founders and the promoters are bought in to what is being encouraged or what they are being persuaded by, it's not going to happen anyways. So if we really want to have control, we should be like a private equity investor, come and take 51% and take charge for the show. If our decision is the one that we believe in and we are going to force it, then we should take charge of the responsibility of the outcomes by being in charge. But if you are not in charge and the promoter or the founders are in charge and we are expecting them to do that, we have to ultimately make sure that we give enough persuasion, evidence, arguments to enable them to believe the direction that we would recommend. And of course, we will, when we are evaluating a proposition, try to understand how things can be done better. Even when we are on the board, we will be part of the board and the board process and contribute as a board member. But I think ultimately, who is in charge has to have that prerogative and what they think is the right thing to do with the influence from all around them. Ultimately, whatever they are thinking has also come from somewhere, either their own experience or from their own other advisors or maybe customer or on the ground, whatever it is. If they're not good at making decisions or if things don't go right, then we all suffer. But if things are forced on them, then anyways it's not going to be executed with alacrity and it's not going to be executed with effectiveness, and so we anyways are going to suffer. So that's my view. It's pure mathematics. If you're a minority owner, you have a minority position on the decision making.
Yep. Thank you. Okay, we have 9 minutes in hand and I can keep on going. I can ask more questions to my panelists, but I think you guys are the most qualified ones to have, to raise your hand and, just let me know in case you have any question. I would prefer to use this time to have questions from your side or any specific topic that you want any of these people, any of 5 of us to answer in particular. Any question? You can, ask from there also, we can hear. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Like I said, a few Indian firms are doing that as well. I just wanted to understand the time frame. First half of meeting and the time when you actually are looking for.
Good question. See, typically when you are in an incubator, we expect you to have, looked at the grants which are available and maybe the seed fund which is available so that you have some runway. So when you come to us, if we take a decision, typically what happens is there will be 1 or 2 rounds of evaluation. Okay, and there may be a deep dive. So it may take typically 2 to 4 weeks for the investor to decide that they can bet on you. Then we are a network, so we have members. So you'll have to come and pitch to them. Once as a team we have decided that you are a good bet, we put you onto the larger group, and the larger group decides, and they are willing to commit investment into the company. That commitment part takes a week or so.
Okay.
And then after that, we take a week to negotiate term sheet with you, typically. So 2 weeks after you have made the presentation to the larger group, typically you can expect a term sheet, 2 to 3 weeks max. Then 4 weeks it takes for due diligence. We appointed due diligence, people who, for legal and financial, who do that. And 2 weeks into the diligence, we realize that yes, we can go ahead, we start the shareholder agreement process. So DD gets over in 4 weeks. Then typically the investors get a chance to see the report. They may ask for some clarifications. It typically takes another 1 to 2 weeks there. By then the shareholder agreement also would have been negotiated and completed. So 6 weeks from term sheet, you can expect the agreement to be executed. Okay, once agreement is executed, then it takes another 2 weeks. So typically I would say after we have given term sheet, 10 to 12 weeks, you can expect funding to be done.
Yeah, if I may also just add it from the Indian Angel Network perspective, right? So the Indian Angel Network also does seed stage investments, 1 crore to 5 crore. I think one of the things to leverage is if you are with an incubator, a good incubator, you should use that support group to prepare your documentation, your evidences for the due diligence and for the pitches at a stage where everything that Chandran said can be done without delay from your side. And the more prepared you are and the better incubation guidance you have, you can actually accelerate the process a little bit. Some of the things will take time, right? If a due diligence is going to take 4 weeks, but if you don't have the documentation, 4 weeks can go to 12. And times are different, right? The same conversation in 2021, everything was cut short. One stage earlier, the investors were coming over, product validation stage, everything was happening one stage faster. Now, with the recent bad news around some of the major big startups, everything is longer. Nobody wants to have a black face. So everything is stretched out. So you understand the market cycle is a lot more cautious. And so it's even an opportunity for you as a startup to prepare all the relevant documentation, not just your business plan and your pitch deck, but also the due diligence documents. It hurts me when a company works so hard to get to pitching, convincing investors, talking to so many of them, getting in front of an IC in the case of a fund or an angel group in the case of Campus Angels or Indian Angel Network, getting the term sheet negotiated, and then you end up in due diligence and that's taking forever. That just feels like hati nikal gaya aur poonch pakad ke, we are just stuck with that tail and it just takes forever and ever. And if I am as a partner leading that investment, I lose all my hair like that.
No, it's very true, and these are very subjective. these are very subjective. What happens is a lot of times it's not the process, it's a response time which delays the whole process. Right. And we have, as a company, we have also done a small fundraise for our product business. And I tell you, the bottleneck was me. My response time was pathetic because my whole focus was on growing the business rather than, of course, fund was needed. But it's largely, all of these guys are also trying to close it as fast as possible. But, at times you get stuck in things which are totally absurd. Right. So, okay, we are 3 minutes away from the time. I need a closing note from all of you now. Okay, maybe Kashyap, we can start with you.
Yeah, I think as the panelists and all would have elaborated more. I think it's an ecosystem that is required. There are founders, there are the investors, there are the incubators. Each has an important role to play. If you look at the international market, the Silicon Valley, for example, all these things have coexisted. Everybody has brought something to the table, and the smart founders actually know what they can lean on for where, right? And particularly when you're starting a company, there are 100 different variables. Trying to solve all 100 as a founder makes no sense. The top 10 are the most important things for you. You need to lean on others, the support system for the other 90. And that's where being part of an incubator where you have access to a whole bunch of people who have been there, done that, people who can tell you what your problem will be 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line, which is all information. It's again don't decide on the basis of that, but use that as a data point to make better quality decisions. I think if you think that way as founders, this is something that's worked really well for us and seen it work really well for some of the people I know. Thank you.
I have 2 points, Sunil. First one would be the market validation or the competitive intelligence that we do before an incubator selects a company for incubation, right? So it is usually beyond the capabilities of most incubators to get deep domain expertise. Not happening. So maybe this question is for ISBA. If they could do a central triaging small team, which all incubators could access for deep down market intelligence and competitive intelligence, that might help more incubators make better decisions is one thing. 2, post-incubation. I believe nobody should be incubated more than 3 years as a hard and fast rule. So post-incubation, there's a lot of inefficiencies in the market. For example, GEM, Govt marketplace, it's a snake pit. So we still favor intermediaries or deal makers or mediators in the market compared to manufacturers. So manufacturer cannot compete with deal makers or intermediaries who have deep connections with the purchase agencies, right? So I'm tempted many times to file lawsuits, but then that makes a bad reputation for a founder, right? He's a troublemaker. So if ISBA could consider having a small legal team where these inefficiencies and lack of regulatory oversight is addressed, that would go a long way towards market post-incubation startups find their feet in the market. These are the 2 points I wanted to make.
Yeah, so the incubators, I just wanted to leave a few thoughts. One is please focus on validation. The idea validation and product validation are very, very important. In product validation phase, helping the startup to get the right technologies to build product is very, very important. Giving them that access to a few early customers who can validate the product, have the right mentors so that you are able to do this process well. I mean, you are basically, we would like you to collaborate with the startups rather than control them. You need to be supportive and where you need to be really hard, I mean, is that where compliances, I think you need to be very, very strict with them. They cannot bypass. You need to ensure that they are compliant. They are up to date on all the various regulatory requirements, and when they try to take some decisions which are going to affect their financial health in the long term, I think there you need to be really really need to monitor and see that they don't do the wrong way. But the whole process, you need to be supportive, collaborative, allow them to shine, allow them to bring out their entrepreneurial qualities, and that is the message I would like to leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandran. You covered almost everything I was going to add, but I'll just say that as an investor, both at the angel stage and the fund stage, from IN Group, what we see is good incubators. They take care of the company's all three fundamental aspects, right? Ultimately, from an investor perspective, there is the team, there's the market, and then there is the product or the idea or the proposition, right? And good incubators enable all of them, supporting the product validation, enabling the product validation with infrastructure, enabling the market element of that, allowing market validation, customer access. But many of them, I feel, are not necessarily are doing more what they could on the team side. I mean, it's not about, you cannot make people make teams, but helping the companies find the teams, making matchmaking sessions, making ways to find complementary team skills that are missing, helping the teams recognize which are the holes in their team so that they can look for those members and then facilitating that. Obviously, the companies have to form the teams themselves. So good incubators do work on all three. The problem that typically engineers have, I'm an engineer by training, is we always have a solution before we know what the problem is. And so bringing that customer orientation into the evaluation of what is the idea, making sure that the solution, the value proposition, the product is tested against market forces, against and recognizing that there may be the same need, maybe there in a different customer segment. Having that wide perspective, that is one of the most important things that new founders, especially tech founders, can benefit from an incubator's experience. And the one that is the underlying, which I feel I'm surprised, unfortunately, how many times we see companies that are not prepared better on this, is the compliance. I mean, this is the very objective or relatively well-definable checklist kind of thing, which every incubator, a good incubator, can make their companies be ready with. We see incubated companies come to us without even having a business plan. And on one side you can blame the founder. Don't you understand that you need to have a financial plan for an investor to come in? Ultimately, investment means financial planning. It's not like the product validation stage. But they're incubated, and even the incubator has not given them that guidance. So I think that's the advantage of good incubated companies: market access, product validation team, and then fundamental good compliance underneath. And that's why we love to work with incubators, and looking for all of you to reach out to us for both the angel network as well as the fund. Thanks.
Thank you, Priyank. From my side, I would say try to leverage your alumni base. For me, because I also come from an incubator background, running at NASSCOM, I think any incubation center is as good as the kind of alumni is the people who are associated with it. So try to leverage that. I think these are the guys who are the best available resource that you have to nurture your current set of incubatees. Thank you so much. I think, Prasad, very sorry, we took 4 minutes more than the expected time.
Thank you very much, Sunil. I'm sure many of us are going to take these insights forward as we become incubators of tomorrow. Just a moment, I'd like to call Dr. Arvind Kumar, Technology Translation and Innovation Division, DST, to felicitate our panelists. Thank you again. So I'd now like to call upon Mr. Ismail Akpakani, CEO AIC Mahindra, to take up the next session.
Okay, good morning again. Well, they say that you should never start a speech with a sorry. That's a very bad trend to set up, but I want to start with a heartfelt apology, and I have two apologies to make. One is to our most honorable, commendable, dependable, reliable Sri Prasad Menon ji. I started with a complaint yesterday morning and I was very happy about it. If only I had known what is going to happen in the AGM in the evening, right? And I know Suresh sir was worried for the past few days that he wanted to make a proposal, and he was like, I want to make a proposal of the name, but how do I ensure that people accept whatever names I propose? And then he told me in the evening that you made my job easy because in the morning you made a remark that in the Indian culture log prasad ko mana nahi karte. Right? And he said, ठीक है यही बात है तो एक नहीं दो प्रसाद दे के जाता हो जाते. Right? So that's where the AGM ended. But and the other apology is to all of you guys because I'm going to make you stand up. Right? So all those, except for the people in the front rows, if you guys can please stand up. We don't get paid to be standing over here, so why should you be sitting all the time? Okay, cool. Everybody, except for people who have some issues, yeah, old age people who might be younger by age but older by heart, they can sit. And there are people who are older by age but younger at heart. Yogesh sir, I see you standing up. Good, thank you so much. Good. So now we know कितने बुजुर्ग हैं हॉल के अंदर. Okay, good. Okay. So just a simple activity because the next speaker is going to come up has yoga in his name. So we're going to start with a small yoga. Are you guys with me? Yes or yes? नहीं भी होगा तो करना पड़ेगा. माइक मेरे पास है. ठीक है? So raise your hands like this, straight, एकदम straight, right? You are not carrying that water का hand down, all right? Straight. Okay. When I say one, you bring the hands closer and let them touch. And let them touch properly, right? Your own hands. And when I say two, you move them apart. Is that clear? Okay. And you have to do it in rhythm with the way I am counting. Okay. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1. ये बनेंगे CEOs incubation managers हमारे. Okay, we are not done yet. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Great, thank you so much. Suresh sir was complaining ये बड़ी आलसी audience ने ताली नहीं बजाती है. So we are starting the day with a standing ovation, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. And this is a trademark yoga asana that I have created. I call it standing ovation asana. All of you are free to use it wherever you go as long as you provide me royalty of 1 Bitcoin. Okay. So let's move on to the next session. And we have the next speaker over here. You can put the slide over there. Right, Mr. Yogesh Brahmankar. And I insisted that I want to introduce him because I've had the good fortune of working closely with him when we set up the Symbiosis Incubator together. He has been a friend, philosopher, guide. The man comes with a varied experience. I don't need anything to read about when I talk about him. So he started his career with Ordnance Factory, 10 years in Ordnance Factory, made a lot of guns over there, and then moved on to academics. Halfway, a central government permanent job, the guy leaves it, says, no, I want to get into teaching and training. So he leaves that, gets into academics, was into academics for 10 years at 2 prominent institutes, Narsimonji and Symbiosis, where he set up the MBA Innovation Entrepreneurship program over there. Then moved to the Incubator, where I had the chance to work with him. And then now he is with the Ministry of Education as the Innovation Director over there. And the rest I think he's going to share because when he comes and he talks, you'll know. But before that, I know you guys just give a standing ovation, but it's a customary tradition that before he comes, and thoda sa, I cannot get out of the stage unless I become a little poetic, right? So, लेके दिल्ली से काम का संदेश आता है. लेके दिल्ली से काम का एक संदेश आता है. थोड़ी सी ताली बजाओ के स्टेज पे योगेश आता है. Thank you so much. Please, sir.
Good morning, everyone. It's matter of pride, Ismail, introducing me. We have worked together a lot. Yeah. And we have decided the moment we get bored with our jobs, okay, we'll do something together. So thanks, Ismail. Yeah. Can I have my presentation, please? Yeah. So very good morning. And it's, I think, a privilege. We have Dr. Hakesh Mittal, I think mentor of mentors, guru of gurus. Pranam sir. So I heard a lot about him and his work from Dr. Vinod Shastri, who is my guru. I think very few people will be here who do not know Dr. Vinod Shastri also. Dr. Suresh, Bala sir, Prasad, all my colleagues here. Why I'm here is, one answer is that I'm one amongst you, okay? Whatever Ismail has introduced, okay, that's the career path, I will say. And incubation or ISBA is, both incubation and ISBA is, I think it is becoming synonym in India. It's very close to heart. And the moment I went to Delhi, where I was running an incubator in Pune, I called Sureshji, if you're coming to Delhi, please meet. And he said, we are coming to DST with Ashish ji and I think who was there? I think Prasad. Then we met and I said, let us do something which MOE's Innovation Cell and AICT never did. And that's where I think I stand here. Though we have 10, 11 slides, it's a promise to Prasad. I will not take more than 15 minutes. Yeah, but I would like to show, because it's a gap in ecosystem, that all of us gather here, brainstorm, and sometimes the effect of this kind of programs remains as a dusk after the sunset. So we should carry something, and I'm definitely having something. So you need not look at me as a government officer, so I'm not actually. Yeah, government भी यही बोलता है in letter में. Okay. We are on contract experts or lateral entries kind of things. Yeah, and I still want to be an incubation manager, okay? And that's where I'm here. So what we are trying to do, that is what I will showcase, and what we have done. Two of my colleagues are here. If Dr. Bhima and Umesh, I think they might have you, if you can wave your hand. Okay, they work with me. They are very, very qualified incubation managers, and nowadays we have a new designation in government. They are called as innovation managers. Okay, so thank you so much, Umesh and Bhima. So what we are trying to do is building multi-layer ecosystem. Couple of few slides I will focus on how we are trying to do it. I think many of you are already part of it. Like we did a bootcamp, I think Ashish Ji's incubator supported a lot, Magic, and many such other incubators are working with us. So what we are trying to do is vision. I will not spend a lot of time on theory, but these four are very important point. Because we are actually trying to build an entrepreneur mindset. We are trying to build a culture of innovation. And I'm sure nobody in this hall is that who doesn't know what is Smart India Hackathon. Yeah, what has happened is that building that culture of problem solving, building that culture, building that mindset that, oh yes, students can do something when they are in first year, second year, third year, whatever. These 2 points are very important. Establish innovation commercialization platform, which DST, NRDC has tried, and now AICT and Innovation Cell is actually trying to do something and leapfrog where we can actually build the whole ecosystem around it, and that's where Umesh and Bhima comes in picture. Build a multi-layer sustainable ecosystem, and I think this is the very reason where I'm here to talk with all of you, because I met a DST officer from Delhi today in hotel. It's my mistake also, it's his mistake also, nobody's mistake actually. Yeah, it's everybody's mistake. So meeting a DST officer who also works on same agenda, not in Delhi but in Hyderabad with ISBA. So thanks to ISBA for that, but are you getting it? So we are not connected. Yeah, I'll come to that point also. This is what we have done. Again, I'll not stay too much on this slide. This was created for boss's boss. Okay, that what kind of numbers, but these are the 4 important pillars: policy advocacy, national innovation platform, mentoring, handholding youth, where all of you actually work with us. And or if not, you start working with us, and thrust on curricula. So we have a lot of design thing and IPR Swayam courses also. Maybe I can share those when we meet. I can share the whole thing with ISBA, and it can be circulated to all the attendees also. Yeah. Policy advocacy, I think 80 to 85% of the incubation centers come from the host institute, which are academic institutes. Innovation Cell has done a lot in IP, and now we are actually, we can say we are going to the next level there. So we have a scheme where we can actually fund 15,000 patents filed by academicians. This is my submission to all the incubation centers. Please spread this word somewhere in academics, which there is a gap. So this one point I will speak. This is something I think all of us are trying to do. So I'll come away little from Mike. So, am I audible there? Yeah. So encourage, enable, engage and empower. I think every incubation center does this. Every incubation center does this. And this is something which we are trying to advocate, that if all incubation centers come along with innovation cell, we bring DST, BIRAC, we bring AIM, who's who, or Agri, ICR, they have Raftar incubators, who's who together. And we can actually start maybe filling those gaps slowly. Okay, with this approach, I think we will have something very different. This is 16th annual conference of ISBA. At 20th, we will see something very different if we start working on filling those gaps, if we stop working on silos. Yeah. These are some initiatives where I would like to have focus. Yeah, if it is ready. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. So what we have for teachers, what we have for schools, what we have for students, and what we have for higher education institutes. I leave it up to you for reading. One point I would like to highlight, that Innovation Cell has been dynamically working on school innovation. Because over a period of time, the department and even the colleges or universities have understood the students get a cultural shock when they come to education, and there is something new happening nowadays. Okay, for institutes and universities, it is also inbound. But as we have understood, and there is the Department of School Education and Literacy, DOSEL, is they are coming in forefront and they are supporting us. And we have established something called as School Innovation Council. As we have IICs, Institutions Innovation Council in higher education institutes, now we have School Innovation Councils. My urge to incubators is that I think through people like Bhima and Umesh, we have already spoken to around more than 100 incubators that connecting IICs and School Innovation Councils. But believe me, this year we are going to fund 300 school innovators who are from 6th standard to 12th standard. Last year we did a pilot of 19. All 19 products are crossing. They have crossed the MVP stage and they are in pilot stage. And out of that, 80% are sustainable. Yeah, when we were in schools, not even in schools, in colleges, engineering college, we were not able to think that. But the ecosystem is changing, and I think there is something which we need to bring to schools, that is critical thinking, creativity, and innovation. Yeah, focused on the overall problem solving. Yeah, so this one point, and then many of you might have heard of a program of innovation cell called IICs, Innovation Councils, Institutions Innovation Councils. They work very closely with incubation centers. Many universities or institutes, they work closely. Many places there is a gap which needs to be bridged. I've been talking to a lot of even ISBA members, incubation centers, and they see that yes, IICs need to do some meaningful activity. One of the very important activity what IICs, under IIC umbrella, is Yukti. And we are actually rebranding this portal very soon, and maybe by 1st December you will see something more on Yukti. What is Yukti? It's a platform. And to be very frank, it is not for only students. Yukti is a platform where one innovator, he can be student, a graduated student, or even a faculty, can submit his innovation in 3 stages. Idea stage, startup, second is prototype stage, that is POC, prototype stage, and third is the startup stage. And till date, we were just focusing on, the innovation cell was only focusing on the startup stage, and we funded some, for anecdotal around 300 startups, and around 80% of them doing good. Most of those funding actually went through all these incubation centers who are sitting here or not sitting here. Yeah, some of you might be aware of Yukti. But now we are trying to change Yukti little bit. These numbers still do not impress me, though I am showing you numbers. If you look at volume of India, this number should be 10 times of the current number which you see here on screen, or maybe 100 times of the number, right? So what we are trying to do, everyone who submits something on Yukti, he will get something back in return. Otherwise, somebody coming on the national innovation platform, if he's not getting back what is happening around me in the regional ecosystem, who is going to support me? Not about funding. Yeah, who is going to handhold me? That is something which we are trying to bring onto Yukti platform, and maybe by December, all of you will receive something. And this also becomes part of our, what you can say, where we work together. Yeah. We did boot camps. This was suggested by Honorable Prime Minister somewhere on Smart India Hackathon documents. He wrote a remark that why don't you conduct boot camps, and we started Innovation, Design and Entrepreneurship Boot Camp, that is IDE boot camps. Many incubators sitting here have supported our boot camps by providing the experts for the boot camps. Again, these are the few numbers from the boot camps where we started. What you see, the last is the Jammu and Kashmir students studying across India, SSS JKL, Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh students. But in boot camp, the ratio of experts to the people or the teams come is very high. We actually have experts for handholding for those 5 days, and we are not just doing an event. We are handholding those students for next 6 months also for those who have attended the boot camps. And they will ultimately come to Yukti or some other platform, or they will come to you for incubating their ideas. Again, the ratio remains the same. Not everybody will do the startup. Yeah. Why I'm here is this. Yeah. Your president ISBA was there in our office when we invited. So of course, and the other reason is why I'm here. I come from same incubation background, but jokes apart, there is something which like Ismail हमेशा बोलता है आया है कुछ तो लूट के जाएंगे, right? So अगर आया हूँ तो कुछ thought जो which we are working, not only innovation cells. So there is something, okay, Yogesh is independent, right? So this is something as Yogesh, one slide from Yogesh Brahmankar. We have done a lot, and incubators have done a credible job. DST has been doing a wonderful job. BIRAC we have supported a lot. There is a startup ecosystem which all VCs are supporting, and we have seen unicorns. But I'm writing on something on this. Maybe next year, all of you will be, with all your blessings, you will be able to see something. This is Bharat's iceberg of innovation. Yeah, what is iceberg of innovation is that we have been innovating here. You look at this hall, how many technologies, right from all these screens to chairs, to your chairs, to whatever you are wearing, to look at your rucksacks or bags, more than 150 technologies in this hall. The hotel you are staying, the airport where you traveled from, wonderful, everything is good. But there is an industry behind this industry. There is an industry behind this industry which still uses. Have you seen people carrying buckets at airports? I have seen. Recently also I have seen. And it was Hyderabad airport only 5 years back. I saw somebody carrying a bucket, the cleaning staff, carrying a bucket at airport. So there is an industry behind this industry which keeps us up, all these upkeeping. This industry still having presence of those technologies. We are not leveraging those technologies. Many technologies are not yet affordable. Bluetooth, BLE, engineering. It used to be a wonderful technology. It was very high technology. Bluetooth is a very low technology today, as we have leverage for every single thing. This is an example, but we have our workforce. So we have very good technologies available for white collar when they work. I'm not talking about facilities for blue collar. Let us not get confused. I'm talking about your working hand having wonderful technology, which supports us. So there is something at the surface and there is something below the surface. And this is what is actually need of our country. This is need of Bharat. And I'm coming from field, running an incubation center for 4 years, being into academics for 10 years, not sitting in Delhi, I'm not getting these ideas. The thing is that there is something below the surface. We need not copy UK, Netherlands, Switzerland, though they are #1 into innovation, or US Silicon Valley. We can copy it somewhere. I want to learn, like we had some fantastic investors sitting and sharing. There we can actually get some models. Okay, how do you do it? When you go for funding, how do you execute? You need to appoint a CEO. The startup should stop, the founder should stop loving his company, and then he should appoint a CEO. Those things, yes, we can learn a lot of good models from Silicon Valley, but we do not copy the whole ecosystem, and we cannot build. I think this was kind of maybe deliberated in ISBACON many times also. So there is this Bharat's innovation iceberg come. We have innovated here. We have not innovated here. We need to change the direction and focus of innovation. And this is my humble submission as an incubation manager to all the colleagues here, is that let us groom, because all of you work with academicians, all of you work with the students. We need a very different, our needs are different. We are innovating and our innovators are catering to 2% audience. पैसा ही कमाना है, right? पैसा कमाना है. अगर same product में ज़्यादा लोगों को बेचूंगा तो मैं ज़्यादा पैसा कमाऊंगा. We need to tell the students. I am not talking about social work. We need to innovate here. Can we focus on? I think Dr. Mashelkar had been also talking on these kind of things, but there is no fixed model which is coming up. People are confused. Affordability, access, life online, energy, circular economy. If we do not work on this, believe me, these are not now challenges. These have become threats, and we can see what is happening around us also. It's not only about environment I am talking. Look at the population. We are not able to manage our buses. We are not able to manage our airports. Yesterday the flight was in Hyderabad. I was like talking to Ismail before I took off, and then I said, I will attend the cultural program. I want to. Okay. And then it was just circling Hyderabad for around more than 45 minutes. Okay, so everywhere resources and the overall consumption we are not able to manage, and this country needs something else. We require very different. Look at our kids. Look at the nuclear families. How many? It's nuclear family is not 1 or 2% of the population now. It used to be. It is your 60% of the population in any city, or more than that maybe. Yeah. Demographic dividend we have talked, and the people who are in the age of from 55 to 85, there are many. Yeah. We need something different. And that's where we need to change the direction and here. And that's where we are already here, but 98% market is there. So if incubation centers can come together and work with academicians, spreading something, what Bharat needs, that will be great. And we can explore. There is no fixed formula for it. Regional, every region needs something different. So that's one submission I wanted to discuss, and that's where one reason I am here. And the very important professional or business reason I am here is what is in it for ISBA, and what is in it for MOE's Innovation Cell, and what is in it for everyone sitting here in the hall is here. Different government and non-government stakeholders working in silos. I told you I met a DST officer today in hotel. Both sit in Delhi. Irony. Right? Let's agree upon that we do not speak to each other. Many organizations. Or even if speak, it becomes too formal. It becomes too formal. We do not work together shoulder to shoulder. Yeah. We have started, of course, we are now doing school innovation marathon with AIM. Yeah, we are sitting in an AIM incubation center. So we used to run Smart India Hackathon for schools. They used to run a Atal Innovation Marathon. We merged. We sat with Chintanji and Dipali, and now it is called as School Innovation Marathon. It is still open till December. schoolinnovationmarathon.org. Yeah. Focus on funding reduces the impact and affecting the quality of students and startups. It has always been there. The incubation centers funding should have a very different focus. We should be able to handle that startup to cross first value of chasm, first value of the chasm, and focus on getting 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, fine through the grants, but we are developing grantpreneurs also. Yeah, and we should not develop grantpreneurs, and we should develop somebody who is actually solving a problem and getting a product to market. And I think a lot has been discussed in the morning panel on that also. Growing incubation ecosystem and scarcity of skilled managers. I think this was topic in last ISBA AGM also, that can we do capacity building, and there was a fantastic program which was arranged in Orissa. And when I come to last point, I will give a solution to it also from my side. It's not a perfect solution. Another reason is expertise of ISBA member organizations and managers. To be very frank, Delhi, yes, yeah. So I have a message from Prasad winding up. So Delhi doesn't know what ISBA managers carry. Okay. So Delhi doesn't know what the strength of incubation managers, and that is what, as I know, okay, can we do something? AICT and MOE Innovation Cell network, what ISBA can work together, and then need to focus on building multi-layer ecosystem. Need to develop entrepreneurship educators around the incubation centers. How we can do this? So why ISBA and Innovation Cell is coming together? What is that we are going to do quickly? And this is, you can say this will be the last slide. There is one more slide, but yes, we can summarize. Empanelment and assessment of incubators. That is what we are going to do it together with ISBA and Innovation Cell. Then research and policy frameworks. I've been reading what Poini ma'am had been writing on incubation and making incubation centers sustainable. Wonderful white papers, ma'am. And we would like to take it ahead with you, ISBA and Innovation Cell coming together. So that will go on. Investor network. So there is something very interesting. So everybody expects, okay, you're there. Okay, what is in it for us? So we have a MOE AICT investor network. Every incubation center we are going to collect by December 15. If you can recommend us 5 very good startups. So let's say 400 incubation center, 2,000 startups we get. We do initial level screening with all the experts from the Angel Network ecosystem. And then we will have demo days across 12 innovation centers of AICTE, where every innovation center will host 25 best startup pitching to the best of the best investors and VCs across India. So direct funding access to the ISBA incubation centers, that is what we will have. And these 2,000 startups will get access. 16 January, which is National Startup Day, as announced by Honorable PM. We will have these demo days across country with incubation centers from ISBA submitting the ideas right from December, month of December. ISBA members mentoring, handholding students projects. So we need help. We need actually your expertise in all our programs like Smart India Hackathons and boot camps. So this is our request to all the CEOs and managers to come and conduct the training sessions in those. Yeah, I don't think we need a formal any arrangement, but definitely we will have some formal mechanism also. And capacity building programs. That is what we are going to do. So I think these are the things which I wanted to share. This is just a summary. Incubation, last point I will go on that, incubation centers to support regional boot camps, lab to market programs and grand challenges. So we have developed these 12 innovation centers. So AICT used to have regional offices. Now these are called as innovation centers. These are like kind of hubs. These are innovation hubs. They are connecting everybody in that state. Now if you ask Dr. Bhima, every incubation center in the state knows him and he knows the incubation center. He knows all the laboratories. He knows all the IICs. He knows all the organizations who are there in the innovation or entrepreneurship ecosystem. And we have created a booklet, and now that booklet will also be public. But now if you approach innovation center, anything you want to do, any project you want to take it ahead at any stage, he's capable, his office is capable of connecting you to who's who, and that is what. These are for 2 states for Bhima, right? Andhra and Telangana. Same thing is for Umesh goes for Maharashtra and Goa. Like that we have covered complete country. What we need is that if you are not onboarded to innovation, please join innovation. These 2 people will help you during tea time. Maybe we can exchange, or you can simply shoot an email to me and we can do that. So I think these are all. So whenever I have a thank you slide, so thank you so much. So I will say it's a boundaryless thing what we have to work. So welcome to boundarylessness, and thank you so much. And thanks for having me here, Dr. Suresh and Bala.
Thank you so much. You put 2 former colleagues together. Just a minute. You put 2 former colleagues together. One comes and talks about boundarylessness. The other has to come and put boundaries on the sessions. Right? But thank you so much for the session. And to felicitate Yogesh sir, I would like to invite Mahesh Krovidi sir, former CEO of National Institute of Design, Andhra Pradesh. Of course, how can I forget myself? Okay, so now time for happy announcement. We are breaking for tea. 10 minutes tea break. It's 11:04. So as per Prasad's time, it's 11:14. I give 1 minute extra. 11:15 we are resuming.
Already 2 minutes are done out of 10 minutes. So quickly have your bio breaks as well as tea breaks and join us back. After the tea break, the continuous sessions are amazing.
I would request all the GB members to please come up for a quick photograph. Prasad 1, Prasad 2, Suresh sir, Bala sir, Ramji.
Okay, can we all settle down quickly? Unless you guys want to go for another round of yoga. Okay, cool. Please settle down quickly. Okay, are you all set? Good, I'm sorry I brought my chai over here. Because one is I was afraid of Prasad. Second is के प्यार मोहब्बत की बातें भारी भारी एक तरफ और छोटी छोटी बातों में निभाई हुई दोस्ती यारी एक तरफ, तुम्हारी सारी इस्बा की दुनियादारी एक तरफ, चाय से इस्माइल की वफादारी एक तरफ. So ऐसे चाय तो नहीं छोड़ रहा मैं. But anyways, welcome back. We have a next session, and to take you through the session, right? And this is going to be about empowering incubators through government initiatives. So we have the General Manager of KIET TBI, Mr. Saurabh Kumar, who's going to take you through the session, which is probably, or most likely, or surely going to be Shandar and Damdar. Saurabh.
Thank you, Ismail, and good morning all. So this session is going to drive us and impact us also. So the session topic is driving impactful innovation, empowering incubators and startups through transformative government schemes. And to deliver the expertise, we have with us our session chair, Dr. Rajendra Jagdale sir, Director General and CEO, Science and Technology Park, University of Pune, as a session chair. Sir, we welcome you on a dais. Again, we have Dr. Arvind Kumar sir, Scientist G, TTI Division, DST, Government of India. We have Mr. Mukund Lahoti, Senior Investment Analyst, DPIIT. Welcome, Mukund. Now I would like to invite Yogesh Brahmankar sir, Director Innovation Cell, AICT sir. Dr. Anand Vadalkar sir, Director STBI, DST, Government of Gujarat. Welcome sir. And we have Ms. Taranjit Kaur, Senior Manager and Strategic and Partnership, BIRAC. Welcome ma'am. Thanks to all the dignitaries to give their precious time. And I will be hand over the session to our session chair, Jagdale sir. Thank you.
What is the hard stop? 30 minutes. Okay. I have given a deadline, 30 minutes hard stop. Okay, that's why I asked before. Excellent. I have a very excellent and very eminent panel, and it's difficult to hard stop in 30 minutes, but I'm sure that all of you will cooperate, and let's do that. We have not yet discussed what we are going to talk, so it's going to be extempore, and hope we will do justice to the time that we have. I'll just very briefly give my opening remarks, and then we discuss. We know that DST has been pioneer in inculcating spirit of entrepreneurship in the country. I'm very happy that Dr. Mittal played a very significant role in fast-tracking innovation and entrepreneurship initiative in this country. Most of the other ministries followed, and every ministry has a program now to promote innovation and entrepreneurship and promoting startups. I believe we represent not all, but some of those significant government bodies who are promoting startups. Now, we have to focus on what we can do to take it to next level. We have, earlier growth was very slow and steady, sustained growth. In last 10 years, we are on an exponential growth path. Now, but still, with our experience, we find there are some things that we need to address. And let's try to address some of the issues that I feel have been significant, and then those need to be addressed. We are world's third largest startup ecosystem. Number of unicorns, at the speed at which we are adding to unicorns is significant. And we have nearly 120 unicorns. Our study shows that not even 10% of real startups, they are into formal incubation domain. They are not within the incubators. So what you see within the incubator is the tip of the iceberg, 90% is below. How do you address that? How do you mainstream these entrepreneurs who are not into formal incubation domain? So that's one that I want you to address. Second thing is, yesterday somebody voiced it. If you see the unicorns, not significant number of unicorns have come out of incubators, formal incubators. So there are a large number of, majority of the unicorns have come up from non-formal incubation support system. How do we again address that issue? And third is, if you see the unicorns, most of the unicorns are either in fintech or they are into e-commerce. How do you make manufacturing startups unicorns? Very quick pointers, no just pinpointed response. Yeah, one by one.
Yes. So, morning everyone. I am Taranjeet Kaur. I am representing BIRAC. Yes, I've been given a very, a deadline of completing my answer in maybe let's say 2 minutes. But I'm sure everyone is aware of BIRAC. But if not, let me take a minute to.
No, yes, yesterday
yes.
Your MD was here.
Yes,
So
I
they have
know.
heard. So let's not talk about BIRAC. Everybody knows BIRAC.
Okay. So, to bring startups, coming to the answers to the question that you have put up. So, first thing is, yes, if we talk about startups who are not into incubation centers, I think although for biotech, I do not completely agree with this because biotech startups need very high-end equipments. Their, R&D is resource intensive. They need very high input at the initial level. So I think biotech startups are the ones who leverage incubation system in our country the most. In case you feel that startups are not into the mainstream, I think there might be some things that our incubators lack. Then first, I would say incubators should focus on getting high quality certifications like GLP, GMP, and they should also cater to the specific needs of the startups. If any niche startups are coming to the incubation center, so their demands would be different. So focus on that. Work on that, get the certification, and then maybe attract those startups who are not coming into incubation network. Second, I think the biotech unicorn number is quite less. So I agree with that, but I also believe that because biotech startups, they see the light of the day, they get the results in a very long time. We all know the challenges that a biotech startup faces, and that gestation period, I think, is for the startups who started, let's say, 7-8 years back. So I'm sure the time will come for biotech startups too, and all conducive environment, all support that is required for any startup to reach that state. I think all instrumentation is there now, and so the time for the biotech startup would come for sure. And third, if I may ask the question again, I'm so sorry. I had a very early morning flight.
That's okay. I want audience to reserve one question for Taranjit.
Okay. All right. I would be happy to
Anand,
answer
please.
that. Yeah, thank you.
First thing first, thank you, ISBA, for having me here. Number two, I'm the odd one out, as in from a state government. But then I'm sure this also stresses there are a lot of other states out here. We have Punjab and of course Karnataka, IAP, Telangana have always been leaders out there. So all of us trying to push in this. Sir, your third question first, and that is manufacturing. You have yourself answered out there. Manufacturing startups aren't there, and this is the pain point. Now this is where I think obviously the ones with longer gestation, may it be biotech, may it be manufacturing ones, are taking a bit of time. But I'm sure all of us, all state governments, all government agencies are now looking at not only unicorns, but the soonicorns and all those identified ones, and are focusing onto that. How are they focusing? Across the value chain. We have Brahmankar sir talking about right from ideation, and similarly, DST Gujarat has also programs right from ideation, spokes out there across universities and so on and so forth. One important point that I want to make is, like BIRAC coming up, DBT coming up with the BioE3, like T-Works, Gujarat is also coming up with something onto small scale manufacturing, small scale biomanufacturing. This is what will help. Number next, regulatory. If we can help, like the first hub of BIRAC, we have similarly our clinic or regulatory clinic. This is what will help. Tech-driven startups, manufacturing startups, they have 50 cheeze, to push through. Only if we are able to do this, we will be able to reach out to soonicorns and take them to the unicorn ladder. Thank you so much. I'll like to add later on.
Okay, Yogesh.
I would address the question where why many unicorns are not in our mainstream incubation. So first is, and very quick
Not
points.
unicorn, many startups.
Many startups, yeah.
Not in
the incubation ecosystem. Very quick points. One is that incubation centers need to have clear-cut bifurcation of 3 types of programs. It's pre-incubation, incubation, and acceleration. And the person who is handling pre-incubation and incubation, he should take pride into it that you are not funding startups. Whoever you meet in the ecosystem, it has become a very glamour thing. Okay, how many of you are fund and I handle funding. We should take pride in incubation. That is second point. So we should have clear-cut 3 programs. The first and second has to work with academia and entrepreneurship educators very clearly. Acceleration, you need not do everything. The second point is you need not do everything together. You have to collaborate with 25 accelerators in the country and do your accelerator program. You should bring everyone together. And third and last point is that we, organization like ISBA and sir, now you, Asian Association, we need to build this as an industry, incubation as industry. Unless we get qualified incubator managers and they take pride in doing all the groundwork, we will not be able to build this multi-layer ecosystem, which will attract everyone. Because if you run accelerator good, you will have existing startup inspiring the lower ones, but at the same time, you will have all those in the mainstream. That's all.
You said we don't get qualified incubator managers. What AICT is doing for it?
Yes, sir. We are launching a capacity building program for incubation managers through our innovation center, sir. Yes, we plan to train around 500 incubation managers.
Are you full-time employee of AICT?
Yes, sir.
Are you full-time employee of AICT?
No, sir. I'm not a full-time employee. So I'm an expert hired from this audience only.
I wanted to ask some other question. Anyway, we'll come back to that. Okay. Mukund, please.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. I think we work with a lot of incubators in the seed fund scheme, and I got a chance to put faces to a lot of names that I've been interacting with. On the question on why unicorn or fundraising startups are not primarily associated with incubators, my personal feeling is that I have seen startups that have a longer period of engagement with incubators are primarily research focused. Apart from that, the fast growth sectors, they see it in a very transactional manners. They do not have enough credit on what they can get out of incubation. And as a result, incubators are not known. People who are already having the resources or having fast growth, they are not approaching incubators. They don't know incubators and the facilities that are available in their cities or in their regions. With respect to manufacturing startups, I think we have internally within the Startup India team also been talking a lot about how to bring the manufacturing startups to the forefront. And I think over time, what we lack is focused and a long-term approach. Manufacturing always comes with the entire ecosystem. You need suppliers, you need people who can, complete the entire value chain instead of just doing simple things. So a lot of government effort is also going into this from an incubation perspective also. We are thinking on what can be done so that manufacturing startups, their initial stage problems can be identified and solved.
Okay, Dr. Arvind.
So your first question was that why only 10?
He represents one of the oldest organization, DST, who promoted startups. Yeah.
So first question was why only about 10% of the startup are incubated in incubators.
About 10%.
Don't
take me in
about
just
10%. So I think this is based on one of the report published by the CREST and that.
Yeah,
NRC.
there are several reports.
Yeah, so they highlighted that in India we have the incubator density of 0.8 per million, whereas in the developed country like US, UK, it is 10. So we have to first increase from that, you can say finding. The conclusion is that we have to increase the number of incubators. Second is that they said out of 10% of the incubated startup, it is means out of total incubated, only 10% of the incubator are accommodating them, of 90% of the startup. So some of the incubator means more than 90%, about 90% of the incubation center is not performing to the mark in that sense. So they are underutilized. So they have to increase their outreach activity to scout the startup. And whenever I meet some of the CEO of the incubation center, I always say that you go to the startup, not a startup will come to you. So the strategy should change. You have to go. Like whenever we are searching for the cricketer in IPL, we go to the district level and search the player, no? Good player. Similarly, we have to go there. And
Arvind, you have raised very important observation. Do you agree with Arvind?
And
everybody agrees that incubators are not performing to the mark. Okay, if you agree with that,
only 10%.
Very quickly, what is the solution?
Yeah.
If you agree, then answer.
I think, but incubators should enhance their visibility. They should engage with the policy makers. They should be connected with them, and they should also, that's my observation, that every incubation center should document the success of their incubation center. They should have that impact booklet ready. This will give a credibility of that incubation center. And when you come to, for example, if you come to Bio India, where thousands of startups are coming there to exhibit their product or technology, so you get to exchange your credibility and taking them on board. So, that's the power of networking, I think. So, yes, enhancement of visibility is required for any incubation center to succeed and to get more and more startups incubated.
It's better said than done. Anand, yeah.
Sir, I do not agree. I do not agree that incubators.
I'm happy to hear that you said that.
Yes, sir. I wear two hats. So I also head an incubator, and we need to. I mean, this is Pandora's box, but anyways, are incubators enoughly supported in terms of manpower? You know, incubators do want to do a lot of things. They want to document. They want to be, reaching out to all corners or whatever, and so on and so forth. But then, and documenting, etc., etc. This is something really, a lot of huge wish list. But then incubators have not been able to do that. If you look at how many programs really support incubators per se, in contrast, you get to see so many number of programs supporting startups per se. So this is another aspect out there.
Yeah.
I too do not agree, sir. But one very important thing about performance. But
Initially,
I agree with the IPL model.
initially everybody said we agree.
No, I agreed to the IPL model actually.
Okay.
Yeah. But one very important thing I think is that host institute, the educational institutions, they should not look at incubators only as a cherry on the cake, like you're wearing a jacket on your dress. Incubators are looked like that. So I think this kind of conferences should also somewhere invite. This was point of last AGM, Prasad. Okay, I highlighted that, but I did not know that time I will join MoE. So I said that we should write letter ISBA to UGC to host institute should treat incubators and incubator managers little well so that they perform. They are performing, but they are used as something like showcase. आप घर में आने के बाद घर का अच्छा कॉर्नर दिखाते हो ना गेस्ट को, तो वैसे इंक्यूबेटर्स को यूज करना बंद करना. इंक्यूबेटर्स बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं. या
मुकुंद.
Sir, same. I would not say they're not doing a good job, but it's like, in my opinion, there's a potential to do a lot more. And if you look at the top performing incubators of the country versus people who are new or who have not been as active in the industry, there is a huge gap. And incubation professionals. So when we look at an incubator, generally the team, especially in the smaller incubators, changes quite a bit. So there is no long-term project at every incubator level. There is no professional association of incubation professionals. So even this is a place where incubators meet, but as an incubation professional, where do you go in your career? How do you develop? If you have a success story, how is you getting some return out of it? That perspective should also be looked at.
With this responsibility,
just to clarify that, it is not DST view. It is based on, my comment was based on the report.
Everybody's is personal view.
Yeah. This is based on the report published by that two centers.
Okay.
Which is part of our innovation ecosystem itself. Okay. So either we agree to that report or not. It is up to us.
I'm going to justify your statement.
Yeah.
Taranish.
Yeah, just one thing to clarify. I did not comment on the performance of the incubation center. Me being from, BIRAC, supporting incubation center, yes, I'm not judging them that they are not performing well. They are doing a commendable job. And everyone, I think, would agree on that. We have supported close to 100 incubation centers now. And we have also entered tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So my view was just
Are all incubators doing well? Out of 100?
Obviously, there are mature
Very honest answer. Not BIRAC answer.
Yes, I'm giving an honest answer here. There are, some already mature incubation centers who started, long back. They have multiple holistic support system from, various government agencies. Then there are emerging incubation centers who are doing commendable job there. And then there are who just have started, So there should be comparison between, similar kind of things, not like who just have started with the ones who already are matured and doing, great jobs there. So yeah.
All your early mature incubators are sustainable?
Okay, so sustainability is another, I think, a very
yes or no?
detailed question.
Yes or no?
I would say no, of course, on that. Sustainability,
There we come. Okay,
Yeah.
now let's go to the graduate.
Okay.
Now, DST is saying that we give, and won't say, X amount of money, and within a certain number of years, you become financially sustainable. BIRAC says the same thing. DPIT says the same thing. All ministries say the same thing. You have X square foot of space, X amount of money, and certain number of years, maybe 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, whatever, it becomes sustainable. How, is that a myth? Or that's a reality? Can you be sustainable?
Ask them, yes, incubation centers, because
You
they
can
are
volunteer
the ones...
in between. Yeah, Anand.
So I'll just complicate the problem further and tell you that, see, what are we talking about? We are talking about incubators, most often bootstrapped, most often pre-revenue, most often those ones who are into incubator aaye hain to isiliye because they want to use the laboratory, they want to get their product validated and so on and so forth. अब इनके पास से आप क्या इंक्यूबेशन फीस में ले लोगे जो अपने आप को सस्टेनेबल बना लोगे? सी द मोमेंट एट द सेम टाइम, like from yesterday's discussion, incubators should not become a real estate model. Agreed. Incubators, equity बहुत सारा. Now equity is again notional. जब तक आप liquidate नहीं करते हो आगे, again this is a issue. So given all of this, the point I want to make is sustainability of an incubator in a long term is a question. There has to be, like as it has been noted in Minor Hints by T. Madhav Rao, and then it talks about Rajashray. So there has to be Rajashray to some amount of innovation in this form, and this is where it needs to be taken up.
So you have. I believe that's a common response. Do you agree with Anand?
Something more, sir. So I completely agree with Rajashray model.
Agree and more. Okay.
Yes. Good. So there is one very important thing, and so one thing which Dr. Jagdale will understand, I will say in Marathi, incubators la posla pahiye. Okay, and some of you will understand, but I'll come in English and Hindi.
Need to be nurtured.
Nurtured, and so I presented this to Chancellor of the University when I was heading incubation center. Don't look at us as profit center. Don't look at us as a cost center. Incubation centers are value centers. Correct. We should not look at them as profit center. We should not look at them as a cost center. We are not at all cost center. We should not look at incubator.
It is well said and done. You need money to run it. So it has to be either you have to make profit or somebody has to support.
So universities, if government is not ready to give after 5 crores or 10 crores and all that, fine. Universities are there, or industry bodies. We have Ashishji, we have Anandji here. The industrial incubators are there. They should.
Mukund,
yeah.
Can incubators be profit centers?
No,
That's
sir.
the only way to sustain, or somebody has to support.
No, sir. So you said sustainability. Sustainability means they have enough funds coming from different sources. Different incubators can have different models for sustainability. If I'm an incubator...
Give me a few sources of funding.
Yes, so there are multiple sources from
Just two sources.
So I know that different ministries fund,
Government fund is always limited.
Yes. So that is where I was getting at.
All of you are from the government. You know that funds are limited. You want to fund, but you can't fund.
30 to 40% incubation should earn somewhere from machines and training programs. 60% should be supported by the host institute. Always, throughout life.
Is it really happening somewhere?
It should happen. Yeah.
It should, nahi.
Yeah.
Now there are hundreds of incubators.
Yes.
Tell me one model where it is happening.
I don't know models. PhD Tech, I don't know. Yeah. Mahindra, yes.
There are some.
AIC Mahindra
There are some. Very good. I'm very happy to see that.
Very good.
Very happy to see that. 100% funded.
Sir, you have to promise next 10 years also.
Okay, now coming back to this, we want to take least possible equity. That's a general consensus and guidelines by all the ministries. Don't overburden. Now, the thought is coming, don't give debt funding. Take only equity. So there's no stress on the incubator, the startup, which is a good thing. I'm very happy. I will be very happy to write off if necessary, if genuine failure is there. So take least possible equity. Exit fast. Don't hang on because you want to recover money so that you have money to invest in others. And from the money recovered from the startups, reinvest into other startup companies. Don't make money from that much. Very small amount of money you are allowed to make as an incubator in this guideline, how do you sustain? Quickly.
Maybe you can start.
So again, we have to create one or two very big startups which will give you money back. Not 20 every year.
You have to
Suppose
exit fast. Exit soon. Yeah. By the time they are not big.
So this is not possible, and I am happy that Anita ma'am is also here. Yeah. So that it is not very means this not true on field. I have incubated startup which take at least 30 months to get first rupee. 30 months to get first rupee. So that's where we should have focus on some very good startups which might be tech or manufacturing startup where you make 3-4 saal mein you get something and you get 2-3% equity, but his investor will not allow you to come back at least for 5 years. So 2-3 good startups will give at least, like say for example in rupees 5 to 10 crores which will survive your incubation center for next 5 years. So again, you have to bifurcate the program, sir. You have to have one acceleration program for existing startups. You should be able to attract the revenue generating startups to the incubation center so that they see some value into it and they see something more from you. Again, one point missing is that we are just looking at funding. Incubation center should have very good mentors. And that is something which is missing at the mentoring part. Otherwise, they will not make money. And for that, you should not do it everything. Again, same point I will say. You have to build that overall ecosystem or leverage the national ecosystem also.
So I'll just quickly add to this, and this is where
we have only 5 minutes, half a minute.
Half a minute. So I was saying I want to add to this. It is important to identify high value. From where will the high value come? And this is where we have tried doing something. We have now a research to rupees program or a tech transfer hub wherein we are trying to look at low hanging fruits. If this inspires some more, and then investors and then angels and so on and so forth. But this is how it can be taken up. So research commercialization cannot be done away saying this is a different ball game and incubation. But number one. Number two, there is a old OM of DSIR 2009 OM which allows educationists, which allows researchers in public organizations while being in public employment, they could be profitably engaged with startups and so on, which is not being practiced. This is something I think forums like ISBA, forums like governments should push this in. Now, only when researchers see some value into it will they support, and then you can imagine.
Just last question. Now, everywhere in the world, you need a proper ecosystem for startups to flourish. Not only incubators, it's a startups. And for ecosystem means you have industries on board, we have government on board, you have of course the education institutions on board, whether Silicon Valley, Research Triangle Park, Sophia Antipolis, STIC, Shanghai. These are ecosystems, not standalone education institution and incubator within the campus of education institution. We have some experiments in India, rather fairly good to study, but they are not real science parks, I feel, with the IIT Madras, IKP, good initiative. Do you think that this is high time for you to graduate from a standalone TBI on education campus to a research park, science park, catapults, or innovation clusters? You represent government. Are there any plans? Very quick.
So Gujarat has come up with a standalone incubator in a biotech park with this logic itself, and it looks forward to integrate all other incubators in the state and in the region possibly to take it forward.
Even Faridabad also, there is an incubation center in the science and tech park. So I think we also see, for Lucknow, there is a science and tech park, but I don't see that only such kind of systems are going to completely give us the results that we are looking to. So there would always be mix and match.
Are the industries on board?
For RCB, yes, there are industries coming up. Many
associated with the
That's
startups?
what I'm telling you.
Very good.
Yes, they are coming up there. MOUs are being signed up. Even recently, we had a investor connect over there. So such kind of whole ecosystem are being set up in the in the regions itself. So that's
biotech needs very different treatment.
It's a complete change ball game.
things about plans very quickly. So we are launching through AICT also Lab to Market program. I think many universities and institutes have lakhs of square feet of place. We do not need more infrastructure. Same place we should practice like research to rupee and lab to market, which we are going to not only fund but completely enable through our innovation centers. Yes, so the policy is in place through innovation centers. So we have established something.
Are we going to welcome industries on campus of AICT institutions
yes,
on campus?
Sir. Yes, sir. Very good. And second, one more point, sir. Next conference means what is missing in the ecosystem, you said. One is that we would like to see 30, 40 accelerators also sitting here in ISBA. So every industry is running accelerator program or their own incubation program. So next is, and that will be great success of this, building this ecosystem. To come very quickly on it, next 2 months we are going to work with around 40 accelerators from MOE's Innovation Cell, bringing them on a platform where the academic incubation system will also directly get access to accelerators through us.
Wonderful. Mukund? Yeah, one second.
Sir, along the similar lines, we are also looking at incubator is not the only place where startups can go and get help. And academic incubators is definitely not the only model. We are looking at corporates that can, incubate startups.
I know you're sitting with corporates. Wonderful. You want to say something?
Under the National ICPS program, as well as the new quantum program, such kind of provision are being evolved.
Yeah.
So later on, we can see a complete ecosystem will be developed.
Wonderful.
At least in these two areas.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I think we had a very vibrant discussion. I really appreciate the panel. Come. Clear, sir. Yeah, I'm done on time. Huh? Do we have Prasad? Do we have time? Okay.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving the opportunity. So I think this wonderful session we had on the sustainability of the incubator. Because all last 2 days I've seen we are all worried only about how to make startup successful, how to make the startup six-pack and wonderful. I feel the incubator is the mother and startups are the children. We have been discussing more about how to make the children very strong, healthy, but the incubator is, please see that the mother does not become any weak and weak, sir. Because we want, because as an incubator CEO, I am seeing government is giving a lot of funding. I really appreciate all the government officials, but we are incubators working like satellites. We are receiving signals from somewhere and giving it to someone else. So government is giving money, we are giving to the startups. But how do we sustain? How do we sustain? Government initially is giving money for sustainability. Please help us. All the policy.
So I think perfect setting for the next panel will actually address this. That is true. No, it is true. The next panel, it's a surprise, okay? Thank you very much. In the interest of time, thank you very much. We have an open house, sir.
Thanks to all the dignitaries to sharing their wonderful thoughts on the different support on the government schemes and different government bodies. I would request Dr. Anita Gupta ma'am to join us on our dais to felicitate our dignitaries. Dr. Anita Gupta, Head Climate, Energy and Sustainable Technology Division, DST. Ma'am, please. Thank you, ma'am.
Ladies, you are not there. लोग तालियां नहीं बजा रहे.
Because the next step is to how internationalize the.
वो मेरा question था, but time खत्म हो गया. That was my next.
And Jagdal is the stalwart. pillar of incubation. Very first incubator, you were among the first lot of incubators.
1986.
And near 20 lakhs per given to him, to his incubator.
20 lakhs and this in inspiration. So
it was, I think, first university-based incubator.
I will request Anita ma'am. Anita ma'am, please join us for a group photo, please. Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saurav Kumar. It was an excellent and very invigorating session. Let's move on to the fireside chat, ISBA's Knowledge Management Initiative. I'd like to call upon Ms. MeitY Bhatt, former CEO, Sine IIT Bombay and Advisory Committee member of ISBA, and Professor Rohan Chinswadkar, Assistant Professor Finance and Entrepreneurship, IIT Bombay.
So good afternoon. It's a pleasure for us to have Ms. MeitY Bhatt and Professor Rohan from IIT Bombay for the session today. I want to give the background of the ISBA's initiative on knowledge vertical. Being 2 decades old, ISBA has been spending its time in building its network, reaching out to people, reaching out to the incubation center, increasing their member base, and then doing capacity building and a lot of activities. And as days goes by, we found that where all the gaps are, what ISBA can do beyond that. And a detailed brainstorming session has happened in the month of April at Coimbatore, where all the governing body members, and in that particular day, we also had Mr. Mittal, Mr. Ramanan, Ms. MeitY, and Ms. Deepanvita as our advisory members of ISBA. And we decided to have the knowledge vertical for ISBA. We have to come out with concept papers on new concepts from the incubation point of view. We have to have white papers on the various initiatives in the startup ecosystem. At each stage of the venture life cycle, the startups are facing a lot of challenges. And if you look at every 3 years, the landscape of the startup ecosystem is changing. And as an association, we are putting a lot of efforts, but we don't have documentations. Last 20 years, if you look at what is the knowledge capital that we have people with knowledge, but we don't have the documentation on the knowledge that we have accumulated. As a result, we decided that under the leadership of Ms. MeitY, let us have the knowledge vertical to be kickstarted. And as a result, even I'm happy that Mr. Yogesh mentioned that we have seen your white papers and concept notes, MeitY, which is highly helpful. And yesterday also we got from other senior officials saying that when we asked some details with our auditors and they have shared MeitY's document to us as if it is new to us. right? You should go through that on the investment. So this was the validation that we got it for the papers that we have been published and things like that. And once it has been started, MeitY contacted us and said that School of Entrepreneurship has been instituted at IIT Bombay, and Professor Rogan and Professor Sankalp has been involved in that. And they also shown a lot of interest in engaging with our incubation centers in creating the knowledge resources. Bala and I had a detailed discussions meeting with Rogan, Sankalp, MeitY, and there are certain ideas which are there in our mind to have an incubation managers capacity building program, certified program. Because where one particular space where we find gap and we have been discussing for last 2 decades, and still now we are not able to find a solution, is how to formalize the incubator certification program. Everywhere it has been discussed, but implementation is a problem. Which institution will certify it and things like that. And it's there in the discussion since inception of our association. So having all these things, I thought that now we have a handful of people. Meanwhile, Dr. Puran Singh has gone back to his Department of Management Studies, have published the guest, and we have been associated with that. And he also showed a lot of interest in joining this particular initiative. So started with 2-3 people, now we have about 5-6, and I think MeitY will have a challenging time to handle this and find the verticals with whom the responsibility can be assigned. And as a result, we are planning to come out with an initiative with School of Entrepreneurship with IIT Bombay. And thanks to Rogan and thanks to Sankalp also for associating with us. And ma'am, thank you for for bringing Rohan and Sankalp to us, because you are the brand ambassador for ISBA, right? Thank you very much. And we look forward to the support from the members. We'll be reaching out to you. Unless otherwise these papers can be published or can have a validation, can have the credibility, unless otherwise the data that we receive from you, the information that we receive from you, or the challenges that we receive from you should be the input for their initiatives. And we look forward to the support of the incubation centers and the executives to share whenever we reach out to you. Secondly, we also need some volunteers. We'll also reach out to you. As an incubation center, we have more academicians involved into incubation activities. And incubation centers, some of them are also into the academic activities, right? It's happening both ways. And academicians who felt that your research has been contained to your studies, not to your incubation activities, now there is an outcome. One more thing which I forgot to mention, the AABI has an Asia-Pacific journal on incubation and entrepreneurship, which is there for almost last 15 years. And they also publish papers. And hardly we have our incubation practitioners publishing papers in the journal. Dr. Jagdale has even invested about 5 years. And we'll also look at how we can leverage this particular vertical to reach out to the journals and have publications on that. So with these few words, I look forward to the support of the incubation centers for the knowledge vertical, and I request MeitY ma'am to take over. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Suresh. I don't know where do I begin, because previous conversation start answering this question or we start what we are saying. In last 2 days, we have several references of the expectation of ISBA. Yesterday, Ramanan spoke about it, that ISBA should come out with various recommendations and so on and so forth. Morning, we heard Chintan, he was also talking about procurement policy and many other things. Yogesh just now spoke about, like, how incubator and ISBA can work with his ministry as well as academia to bring out more meaningful research-based entrepreneurship as well as content for the entrepreneurship, right? So just 2 days we have 3 references. Good part is that, and then ISBA is around for 20 years. I think ETBT we have done in the past, so we have via ISBA and via DST, ISBA has worked with Finance Ministry on certain tax incentive and so on and so forth. Occasionally something has come out of it, but it has not been taken as a formal approach that at least one or two formal publication can come out of ISBA, and that is very important now. After 20 years, ISBA is expected to do. We have more than 1,000 incubators in the country. Whether they are member or not, we do need to basically bring out, content, knowledge for everyone who is in the ecosystem. Yeah. So that's a larger context. Coming to this particular piece, so what I said was that now good part is that the good news is that we are already at there. So yesterday Puran presented his findings, and it was very interesting finding for academia to take forward that what kind of now engagement they have with their recent alumni or students to convert them into entrepreneurship. It was a very good stats out there. Yeah. Early this year, Professor Rohan, me, and then Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, we wrote a white paper on sustainability piece. And that white paper basically had some context. Why did we write? Because we were doing some review of particular program, incubation centers under particular program. They all are young incubator, 3, 4, 5 years old incubators. And we could see, as Taran said, that they are doing commendable job. Yeah. The only missing piece was that we are getting grant for 4 or 5 years, and we have a good cushion out there. We get started with our work, but we don't think long term that how we become sustainable. So while we may have grant to sail us through for 3 to 4 years or 5 years or whatever it is, I think our sustainability and those pieces should start, sustainability activities should start from day one. So that was the whole idea. And we thought, we have enough experience amongst ourselves. In Sign, we had a great experience out there. So we said, we will, jot it down on the paper and then share with the community. That's one thing. Second thing is that, how do we take forward that? So research component, and especially coming from academia, I think it is highly undervalued in our ecosystem. There is a practice aspect, there is a research aspect, and these two sometimes are not really appreciated, under, how I would say, for mutual synergy out there. So that's where I thought, group, not only me, but the group coming together, we thought that let us make this vertical more research oriented out there. So I'll pass it to, we have 4 or 5 slides here. I think we would like to make it more conversational here. We will just run you through 4 or 5 slides, and we will go on question and answer. And many of the questions that was asked in previous, session, I think we can address those as well. Yeah.
So, first of all, thanks for having me here, and thanks for the background, Dr. Suresh and MeitY. So what I'm going to speak about for just a couple of minutes is this piece that MeitY was talking about in terms of what is the role of knowledge and theory for practitioners. I think this is a conversation that's not very common, particularly in the Indian industry. We found it almost lacking in the incubation space. So I think one thing that is very well understood is that incubation management as a profession is still not formalized. This was referred to multiple times. There is no MBA degree, there is no diploma, there is no degree, there is not even a single certification program. And so largely learning and capacity building of incubation managers has happened in 2 ways. One is in forums like these or in workshops where practitioners come and share their experiences. And the other is, and some of you might have been in that bucket, where you get recruited into an incubator and you actually go on the job and you start learning on the job. Right? So on this slide, largely these two fall on the right of this chart, where the theory or the systematization component of this learning is very low. So either you learn from the stories of practitioners, which is the right bottom box here, which they have called the war story. So you have war heroes come and give their stories and you hear them. And I'm sure enough people have heard enough war stories in this room. And the other bucket is people who got recruited and learned on the job, which is basically the apprenticeship model, right? Now, what we are trying to emphasize is that the left side, where the theory interaction with the practice, right, is very important. And one thing that I want to very clearly separate out is that we are not talking about the bottom left box, which says, bring you in a classroom and tell you some frameworks and say that now go into your job and do something about it. So that kind of learning is not very useful. That is where the notion of this is very academic comes from, because it's usually disconnected from practice. But the most optimal box is what we are trying to achieve is on the left top, right? Where you have a very healthy component of actually practicing something, but effective doing requires a very systematic framework that is underlined by a lot of rigorous work, right? So not relying on experience of one practitioner or one story. It looks very nice when Steve Jobs stands on the stage and tells us this is how I did it. Then I go back to my startup and I'm like, now what do I do, right? And so that is the component that is very important to assess. And so that is, I think, one of the very important things that I wanted to just talk about, that practitioners have to think very deeply about what are the underlying mechanics of the discipline. And we've had this conversation a few times over the last 2-3 days. One of them was about, for example, student entrepreneurship, where the question was asked that at entry, 15% students have interest, at exit, 30% students have interest. Why do you think this is happening? And as of now, the answer is we have no idea, because there have been hardly any systematic studies of what interventions affect student interest in what way. Most of what we are hearing is, this is what my experience has been in my institute, and people are trying to kind of extrapolate that to certain areas, right? So I'll leave you with Kurt Lewin's quote on, there is nothing as practical as good theory. And so this is, I think, one thing that we're attempting, and Dr. Suresh mentioned about a capacity building and a certification program that we are planning to attempt, which will have this in mind. It won't be that you come, you hear some talks and then you go back, or, so this is going to be very hands-on. You come to a training program, you learn a framework, but then you sit for an hour and actually think about, what does my incubator look like in terms of this framework? What do I do with it? And that kind of hands-on training. So one very key component, and I'll switch to the next slide, is that this kind of knowledge creation requires very deep collaboration between people who understand the theoretical world, the academic world, the research world, and the practitioners, right? And so one of the examples of this kind of a collaboration is the recent white paper that we wrote, where we had a collaboration between policy, Suchintan from Atal Innovation Mission, we had MeitY, who's everybody here knows very well, and me, who's coming from the more academic side, and we came together and thought that we'll write about financial sustainability of incubators, right? So we'll just give you, I think most of you have browsed through this paper, but we'll just give you a quick sense of what we have attempted to do in this paper.
I don't, how many have you browsed through that paper in this thing? Okay, and yeah, it's a very good number. And could you relate to it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So we can go on the next thing. Just snapshot, there are only 2 slides giving, high level input out there. The thing is that, incubators, we are into service businesses. Yeah, we are not a product business that like a product nikala or becha. We are into service business. And like any service organization, we have multiple clientele, and we have to work on multiple, revenue sources. However, our core focus is on startup. So every activity we do essentially has to basically, has to benefit our startup. So that is the core premise out there. So when you talk about, our key stakeholder or our target customer, it is startup it is the industry partners or partnership program, then government or multilateral agencies, and then other entrepreneurship services organization where we do consulting, we write recommendation paper, or we do research for them, and so on and so forth. I think this is actually our client segment. And how do we earn from them? So startup, we can have like, initial basis, this incubation fee or rental or whatever. But I think real incubation impact would be visible only when you are able to leverage success of startup. So revenue share and equity is something that basically directly you have a share in the startup, success of the startup. Yeah, equity is very long term. Revenue could get started in 3 or 4 years, so it's a very short term, and plus success fee. So when you talk about startup, having 3 components, you can actually start initial earning from 3rd and 4th year. Provided you have also played like a entrepreneur or business person. It's not just giving rental space and whatever it is, but you have to actually invest in the startup. You have to actually leverage basically their success and start getting the funding. And another thing is that, initially your model would be, or rather revenue stream would be significantly different than as you go along. Because as you go along, equity will give you significantly higher returns, non-linear returns, and that would be your main revenue stream. So one equity return perhaps can take 2 or 3 failure and 2 or 3 years in coming years. Yeah, so that's a non-linear this thing. So this is the matrix, and what we feel is a mature incubator necessarily 50 to 70% should come from startup, and another 50% can come from other stakeholders. So this is where we have done. When you are in early years, this percentage go aage piche, but at a maturity level, this should be the model. And let me tell you, this is not only science model. We haven't done any formal research, but by working and observing and sitting on committee and seeing about 200, 300 incubators, I think this is feasible and this can be achieved. That is how we recommend it.
So I'm going to talk about 2 of them very quickly. One is, what do incubators do and how do they transition to becoming equity investors? So this is a very sensitive topic in the ecosystem, particularly whenever I speak to incubator managers, because they are like, startups equity nahi dete hai. Startup se equity milna bahut mushkil hai. And this is a very important thing to understand, because for me personally, this is the last test of the value addition of incubators. If you are able to get equity, the real fuel of any startup is equity, right? And if you are able to partake in the equity share, that it's a very significant milestone for your incubator, because that somebody is parting with their most valuable resource. And so this is very important to try and achieve for a lot of the incubators, right? So this is something that's a little important. So this, of course, chart shows a very simple, we have talked about what kind of equity shares incubators can take. Typically 3 to 5% is something that can be considered for incubation equity. Of course, if you're a new incubator, you have limited value addition, you might want to begin by taking smaller stakes, because that's the only thing that would, good quality startups would not part with 3, 4, 5% of their equity, depending on who you are. But let's assume that you take 4% stake in an equity, and this is actually an anonymized real example. You can see that as the startup actually succeeds, your stake, the range of your stake can go anywhere from 32 lakh to 6 crore. That's what the last sort of column talks about. Of course, typically this is not how your stake would look like. At various stages, you would sell part of your equity stakes. Let's say there is a next round of funding. It's a decent enough valuation. You as an incubator also need a little bit of money. The investors also want to make a little bit of room on the cap table. So you would sell shares at different points in time. And of course, the final revenue that you get or the final payoff that you get from your equity stake would vary depending on how you exit over a period of time, right? But this is kind of just a showcase of what it can look like. The other part is, I believe, much easier to do and something that incubators can begin with before they can actually start taking equity in their startups, which is revenue sharing. Now, typically, if you have 2 or 3 years of incubation in your incubator, you can have a similar matching period where you say that once you start making revenue, you have to share a percentage of that with us over a similar, let's say, 3-year duration. But there are a few things that you need to take care of here. For example, you need to mention something called as a floor. So you say that you have to make at least a certain amount of revenue in a certain year for you to actually share that with us. So let's assume that in the next year you just make a revenue of 1 lakh rupees. That year doesn't really count very well, right? So you have to at least make 30 lakh rupees of revenue in a year for it to count as a revenue sharing year, and we'll, let's say, take 3% of it, right? So this is some of the arrangements, but at the same time, revenue sharing comes with a cap. So you can't say that if you make 500 crore of revenue, we get 3% of that as well. That becomes very difficult to achieve. So it comes with a very natural cap that you say that no matter how much revenue you make, we will only take 3% of 1 crore, right, at max. And so this is where the revenue model differs from the equity model, because your upside is also capped. But this can give you money much earlier than equity in terms of your operational expenses. Anything you want to add?
No, I think, yeah, so the thing is that, as I mentioned, I just repeat that revenue share you can get started very early on, and your return can start coming and directly linked to the success of the startup. Your equity is something you leave it for the longer period. So I would say, kind of fee, revenue share, partially success fee could be your, bread and butter. Equity is your jackpot. And that's how you have to play around. Yeah.
All right. So one last slide. So based on this, we have written for a bunch of forums based on some of these research reports, but also for wider circulation. And there is more coming. So we have we wrote an article based on our white paper with MeitY and Chintan, and MeitY and me have been writing articles for Forbes. She's of course been writing the blog on ISBA's website for quite some time. So do watch this space for more content, and do share your feedback. And I am personally very interested in hearing, when you go to the field, what kind of challenges have you found in applying some of the things that we are writing? Because like I said, that's where the real impact of practically useful knowledge comes from. When somebody actually goes to the field and said, I tried to do what you said, and A worked and B didn't work, right? So, all right. So I think that's about it.
Yeah. Prasad, do we have time for some quick Q&A or no?
Maybe 1 or 2 questions if there are. Okay. Yes, please.
Thank you, madam. Actually, you already mentioned that it is a service oriented, so it is the best useful for me. My wife is doctor, and we are into last 10 years onward diagnostic center. In Corona COVID time also lot of services did. Nearly 500 patients saved for with giving up tablets and diagnosed the RT-PCR and Corona for rapid test and all. So now my question is, we want to pan-India diagnostic services to do. Now we don't have equipment, but we have tie-up with Apollo, SRL, Lucid, Thyrocare, and big diagnostic. So yes. So is funding directly? Is we want to get through incubator? What is the solution?
Because this is anybody. I think we should get some.
Yeah, I think you should have asked, there are investors here, please talk to them. That was in a previous, relevant for previous panel. Yeah.
Thank you for the forum. Either equity or revenue sharing, the incubators need capacity to follow up with each individual startup to track their revenues and figure out their valuation, right? So how do we pay for that capacity? We need that capacity to begin with, right?
I think that's not really a difficult thing, because one is that when you onboard a company, you have an agreement with the company. And this is listed in the company. Second thing is that being a member of Incubatee, you're supposed to get profit and loss account, like annual report every year. So both the things, it's not really very difficult thing. So you just have a legal agreement. So capacity, of course, one is process and another is monitoring aspect. So process is that once they are legally bound, they are supposed to give you. Then you have, of course, you have to coordinate with those teams to get the information coming to you. Yeah.
So just a point on the valuation. Most of the times the incubator doesn't have to do the valuation because you're going to rely on funding rounds for your exits. So most of the times the valuation is being driven by the investors who are coming from the other side, whether it's the angel, whether it's the VC. So a lot of times the incubator neither has to do the valuation nor has a lot of say on the valuation of the round, because the incoming investor in that sense decides. So you just have to keep helping the startup raise more money and keep a lookout on when is the next round happening, especially if you want to exit and get some money out of it, right? But typically investors or startups would also come to you to tell you we are raising a next round because you're on the cap table if you own equity. So most of the times you don't have to do the valuation.
Thank you. Thank you, Rohan. In the interest of time, we will take only last question.
Hello, ma'am.
And your question should be very crisp.
Yeah. Hello, ma'am. This is Dr. Divya Rathod. I am the new CEO of S&T Wise. We are a women incubator and we have 70,000 women in S&T itself. And
Question,
also
please.
The women,
Question.
Also the women who are across India. So my question is, because we are incubated in university, the university is not helping us as much it should help. Because we are not, incubators are giving a lot of value to all the universities. But we are not able to market that value to the university so that they come and approach. It's like we going to them. Of course, we are going to go to few of the main people. But the university should also think, and that's what I want from ISBA, that how you can actually empower all the incubators and the university relations, that you negotiate with the university that what actually incubators are going to give them and how they're going to improve the universities and the Gen Z and the students.
Yeah.
Ka value. Yes.
So the reason both of us are smiling is because we've had this conversation many times. And I'll give you a very short answer that the capacity building programs that we talked about, one of the main focuses for our capacity building programs and also a little bit of the knowledge initiatives is going to be on representatives from the host institute, because we believe that unless there is an alignment between particularly, let's say, the professor in charge or whoever from the host institution, also at the leadership level, and the incubator CEO, it becomes very difficult to perform effectively. And we have seen success stories. IIT Bombay is one of the most common ones. What happens when the host institution works very well with the incubator? So something is in the offing in terms of training. So
looking forward to ISBA.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I think we can. There are more questions. We are here, and we can
Yes,
talk about
I guess
it offline.
Poini ma'am and Professor Rohan, both of they are here. We can take these questions offline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Poini and Rohan. I'd like to call upon Prasad Menon to felicitate our panelists.
I was the fastest one, so I was last two. Thank you very much. Thank you. Take a group photo. You stay in. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us now move on to Power Talk by Mr. Srinivasa Raju Chintalpati. I take this brief opportunity to introduce Sir, Mr. Chintalpati Srinivasa Raju, or as most know him, Srini Raju, is an Indian entrepreneur and private equity investor. Srini Raju has funded iLabs Group in 2000, which is one of the pioneers of investment ecosystem in India. He was the CEO of Dun & Bradstreet, Satyam Software, later renamed Cognizant, and has focused on implementing large-scale IT projects. Srini later became the co-founder and chairman of People Capital, a private equity PE firm based out of Hyderabad and Chennai. Besides funding and mentoring next-generation entrepreneurs, he plays an active role in building educational institutes of higher learning. He has been a member of the executive board and visiting faculty at many universities and institutes. He has pledged to donate 35 crores towards developing a research center in information technology and networked economy. Mr. Raju received a master's degree in civil and environmental engineering and master's of science degree from Utah State University and a bachelor's in civil engineering with honors from Kurukshetra. With this, sir, we call you on stage.
Yeah, I think it was switched off, sorry. I say again, good afternoon to all of you. So am I talking today to the incubators or the entrepreneurs? I think mostly it's to the incubators, I suppose. Since the gentleman asked, just to answer that question and start by thing, he asked about his diagnostics clinics kind of thing. We did invest in number of them in the past. This is not the right forum for it. You have to go to the large venture capitals, just go and meet with them. Here you don't get those people who will give you 100 crores and 500 crores. Anyway, so we have different kinds of incubation initiatives across the country. The day before, I was in a meeting where we had people from Y Combinator, SoftBank, and things of that nature. The people who have been Intel Capital, the CEOs of the people who ran those things. One of the questions that was asked there was, when will India will have something similar to Y Combinator? Okay, so we have many of them, and some of you I think probably have seen the T-Hub recently, or I saw in the program that you were, I think, day before, some of you probably have visited that place. So like that, we say it's India's largest or world's largest incubation space, and I'm one of the founding members of T-Hub, so that I can relate to that. But what is important thing is, much of the talk that goes on in this country is all about, because there are few companies that become very big, like what you call unicorns, whatever it is. And everybody talks about unicorns kind of thing. But there is a room only for so many of them. If you have 150, or I see somewhere that number here of technology, different incubators, not all of them can produce, so many unicorns. And the market also does not, it cannot absorb so many of them or create opportunity for so many. In between the billion-dollar companies and just a startup, there are many businesses. Actually, the number of those businesses are a lot more. What we normally call micro businesses, small businesses, medium businesses. So the MSMEs, that number is very big. Nobody talks to them, nobody talks about them, because it's not very exciting to say, well, my business is 10 crore business, is 100 crore business kind of thing. Everybody wants to talk about billions and billions. So that is the issue. So if you say that And we are also a technology incubator, or we are technology business incubator, or what number of them, Atal Innovation Centers, many of them that exist there. Each one of us should stand for something very unique. Otherwise, we're all the same. We just, people come there, they start something, and like the professor was saying, the success rate is so low. And that's not today. It was very low even when I started, it's now 30 years ago. Even that time also it's low. Even in the big companies also it's very low, by the way. The difference is that the small ones die, infant mortality rate is very high. The large ones also die, by the way. We die, whatever, 80, 90, 100 years kind of thing, people live probably at the best. And then the companies also same thing. If you took the snapshot of the companies in 1900, and same, again, you take this snapshot of the companies in 2000, top 100 companies, there are only 2 that remain. And I have seen myself, many of the companies that I used to dream about when I was growing up in Silicon Valley, they don't exist today. Or they exist just also kind of thing. And this is not too many years ago. I moved from India to Silicon Valley in 1984, 40 years ago. In 40 years, what were then the leading companies don't exist today. So there is a mortality of the large companies also, world leaders also, there's a mortality there. So we need to have the clarity in our mind, what is that we are trying to address. Okay, if all of us are talking about this unicorn kind of thing, the scope, and the opportunity, only so many of them. Again, an incubator that's based in somewhere in Coimbatore and the incubator that's based in IIT Bombay, it's not the same. IIT Bombay offers the ecosystem there is different. And again, the ecosystem at Coimbatore is different. So if we have an incubator in Coimbatore, it should be looking for excellence in manufacturing and the things that where Coimbatore naturally offers for. In Mumbai, find technology and financial services, various other things that happen there. In between these two, there are many areas that there are many companies that are being started or they exist today kind of thing. So we have to look at each of the incubators to see what is that we want to specialize in. I'll just give a little anecdote to you. Recently, there's one of these 150 is also there in IIIT Sri City. That's outside the Chennai, about 50 kilometers from Chennai, but in a rural setting, and in a city called Sri City, which is one of the largest industrial parks in the country. It's a 10,000 acres industrial park with 220 companies from 30 countries, including Russia. We don't have any Russian companies in India, we do have one there. And there are 2 universities, IIIT Sri City and Kriya University. And there also there is a technology business incubator, and there's something called Station S, another incubation center there. So they were also asking me, saying that, Srini, what is your idea? You've been in the investment ecosystem for the last 25 years. And also I've been part of a number of universities which also have incubation centers, whether it's ISBA, IIIT, or any of those. I'm talking about IIIT Hyderabad. So I just said that, you have to look at something. Don't do what IIT Bombay does, or not even what IIT Chennai does. You have to do something what they don't do, and where the local ecosystem can help them to grow. So example is that they have 200 companies, big companies. They're all MNCs from, you just name most of the MNCs that exist today in India, they are there. But they don't have a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers there. Most of them get their components from abroad, like the Foxconn, for example. They get all components, not some, all components from abroad. They just assemble here and export, and we write a newspaper saying Foxconn has whatever, Apple exported some, whatever, $10 billion. Probably they imported $9.9 billion. Just to get the stamp made in India, and just, I'm not saying it's bad, that's still, we like that also. We want that business also. But now ask the question, out of these components that they have imported, that $9 billion worth of components, what is that we can do there? And that's not addressed because that depth doesn't exist for us. So what I suggest is that wherever you are, look for what is that you can be very different, either the people-wise or the ecosystem that exists there, focus on those businesses. And then you'll be able to add value better than anybody else. That's one part. Second thing is, most of you who also located in geographically distributed, every state central government has some kind of incentives. How many of you know what incentives are available for whom? And if somebody has to do Google, but nowadays I do mostly ChatGPT, you ask them, but then I ask quite a number of people, how many people use your ChatGPT for everyday business? Not for chatting kind of things. Can I ask you that question again? How many of you use ChatGPT for your business? Okay, not to ask, what movie is going on, where kind of thing, just purely for business purpose. So it does give a lot of information. I do it regularly. Before I kind of say anything, or before I meet someone, I first do the ChatGPT and about the topic and at least get to know a little bit about it. Now with these kind of tools and all, they're available, but people do not know even today what incentive programs they have, what are the rules and regulations and all of them. So I would actually request each one of you to specialize in that so that a lot more people will come to you. It's not just only you're helping the new startups, give the space to them, introduce them to venture capital people and mentors and all that. That goes on. But also important is there's a lot of MSME businesses that are around there. They'll all come to you if they think that you have the expertise to help them. It's not only giving the information. In fact, I've been proposing at few places, it should become a help desk. So they don't have to run around these government offices to get information or to apply something. So in AP government, now there's a change of government there, we actually said that, don't go anybody, it should not go to Amaravati. Just go to this help desk. They should be able to do much of the things. Even if you have to get the permission, take every week 4 or 5 applications for it. Go there, one person goes instead of every company going around trying to get the various permissions. So they'll get it. So the incubators can also help in non-money, non-mentor related things, because most of the companies struggle there. Initial days, service companies find it's easy, there's not much there. But if you get into manufacturing or you do anything on the ground, you have to get 5-6 permissions from the government various agencies, including the simple things like income tax registration, GST, and all that. So in addition to it, you have shops and establishment, various, depending on the business, you have various permission. It'll be nice if that help desk is created at wherever you are, your incubation, to offer those things for these micro, small, medium guys probably don't need it, but micro and small enterprises, they will really appreciate that. So then they keep coming in. I saw the revenue sources being listed there, few of them. It could be this also. Help them about the incentive schemes, how to get the bank loans, and getting the permissions from the various government agencies. That also could be a service. I think a lot of people will appreciate that. Okay. So it is just instead of thinking all of us being, okay, when do we create the next $1 billion company? If our motto is we want to help the entrepreneurs, then the whole equation changes. So it could be for that area, for that institute, not only for the faculty and the students who are coming out of that institute, but also for the people who live and work in the neighborhood. It helps them too. So that's something which I've been advocating, at least in Sri City case, that the gentleman who runs there, he said, okay, we'll do it kind of thing. There is an IFMR business school also there. So they said they'll come together and do it. So that's another aspect of it. Then the third point I wanted to make is that, I see here 150, 200 members in ISBA. All of you to start exchanging information, not once in a year like in a conference like this, but can be on a continuous basis. So what are the things that one can do? Like, so you say that, okay, we want to get some investors. Problem is that everybody wants to go and ask them saying that, can you please come for our conference? ISB has a conference, IIIT has a conference, T-Hub has a conference, CCMB has a conference here today. It's difficult for people to come and to participate and do it. So, but they're willing to give that 1 hour time. So do it online. The online conversations with the people there, whether it's investors, mentors, whatever it is. And in online, the advantage is that you don't have to travel from wherever you are. all of you can benefit in that 1 hour that venture capitalist or the mentor or whosoever is giving. Now I've been hearing I just came in the middle of the talk by our 2 IIT professors, and it was, for me also it's a learning experience there, and they can do the same thing, periodically for the members of this. So that way, what happens is it's good to meet once in a year. I'm not saying that you should not, but it's important to do it on a continuous basis and get the, advice, whatever the help that we are seeking from either from the government, related entities, investors, mentors, knowledge sharing, whatever it is. So that all can be done by actually continuously working on, if you want to call it ISBA University, instead of depending on the WhatsApp University. So it can be on the ISBA University. And some of those people who have the privilege of locating in a top level university or being in a large city and having an alumni of very prominent people, they do benefit. For them it's a little easier than somebody who's there in little distance away. But the distance away thing is also very important for the nation, because we are not building only large companies. We have to build micro companies, small companies, everything is required. That's all make it. And not that, and I want to end my topic with a negative thing, but I want to tell you, today the bigger issue is that all these large companies, you say, Amazon, Flipkart, they're all importing and selling goods. None of them make anything. Their value addition is very minimal. They're delivering to you at your home, no doubt. But they continue to do it, your rupee will continue to come down from 84 to 164. Because it's just importing and selling. So the burden of making these things is left to the medium companies, small companies and micro companies. Okay, that's been a sad situation. It's been happening in America also. The Walmarts of the world, they've driven away all manufacturing from America. Because they know how to procure the goods. They have the size and influence and all that. Everything cheap, cheap, cheap. They'll go wherever it's cheaply made kind of thing. Driven away. I was there in America when there a lot of still manufacturing was going on. Today it doesn't exist. In our country, it never started. Because we started with Amazon and Flipkarts and this cart and that cart. So we have not even, not started and lost it kind of thing. We have not even started it. So it's very important that the incubators who are there, distributed kind of thing, most of you are the one who will actually help in really making the really valuable things that we have. Those, not only they save foreign exchange, but they create lots of jobs. There's delivery boys that you go around, do create some jobs, but that's not the end of it. That's just only beginning of it. So as a country, we have to look at it. So many things that we consume today have to be made in this country. Normally, those things are done across the world. You go to China, also same thing. The big companies don't make them. It's a micro enterprises, it's a small enterprises, it's a medium enterprises who do it. So please focus on them, see how to help them. People like me are working with the government also, saying that please don't ignore them. There's a policy that's coming in. Government is also listening now. They also realized this. Initially, they said we need large companies to come FDI kind of thing. It's good. That phase is continuing. It's doing well. But the missing part of it, the MSME part, that's something. That's where most of you who are in the smaller towns or tier 1, tier 2 towns are the ones who can help those businesses. Okay. I thank you all for giving me this opportunity to share a few of my thoughts. If there are any questions, I'll take. I think he's already looking at. We're past the time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We know you've had a long travel, and thank you for gracing us with your presence. I'd like to call upon Ramji Pallela, COO, Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, to felicitate our guest. I'd now like to call upon Dr. Anita Gupta, Head, Climate, Energy and Sustainable Technology Division, DST, to kindly address us. sorry. I'm going to call upon Bhavna Pandya, CIO, RRRDL, to begin with the session. And the session that she's going to be heading is called Driving Innovation Aligned with SDG Goals. Welcome, Bhavna.
Hello, everyone. This particular session is very interesting, especially for me. I'm kind of a climate enthusiast, right? So climate change, these two words are very concerning. And as engines of innovation, how we as incubator can empower startups to drive businesses which are also aligned with United Nations Sustainability Development Goal is what we are going to focus today. So for this amazing session, we have amazing panelists. I'd like to introduce our session chair. So Dr. Anita Gupta. Dr. Anita Gupta is a scientist, G advisor and head of the Climate Energy and Sustainable Technologies Division at the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. A visionary leader and dedicated public servant, Dr. Gupta has been instrumental in advancing India's technological frontiers, focusing on decarbonization, clean energy transition, and climate change adaptation and mitigation. In her role, she has facilitated critical thinking, problem solving, and innovation through various programs, partnerships, and policy frameworks that nurture entrepreneurship and accelerate sustainable technologies. Dr. Gupta also represents India on the global stage as part of Mission Innovation Platform, where DST is the nodal department furthering India's leadership in clean energy solution and environmental stewardship. So let's welcome Dr. Anita Gupta here. Our first panelist, G.V. Krishna Gopal, who is the Group CEO of EIC Access Livelihoods, dedicated to developing responsible business solutions and enterprises led by and for women producers in India. Over the past 25 years, Access Livelihoods has incubated and accelerated enterprises impacting over 100,000 rural women in the food and clothing sectors. The organization fosters climate-resilient businesses and innovative supply chain, with several of its incubated enterprises being recognized for their inclusivity, sustainability, and viability. Despite some challenges, Access Livelihoods continued to refine its business model. In 2021, the Ministry of Industries and Commerce, Government of India, named Access Livelihoods the best incubator in the country. So let's welcome Dr. G.V. Krishna Gopal. We have our next panelist, Harshan, who is the program director at Social Alpha with extensive experience in technology commercialization and innovation policy. He has previously held key roles at Office of the Principal Scientific Office Advisor in West India, the Government of Kerala, and Bharti Airtel. Harshan holds an MBA from IIM Koikade and has been actively involved in driving innovation and policy initiatives across sectors. So let's welcome Harshan. And we have our third panelist, Rajesh Adla, who is a two-time founder and the CEO of AIC T-Hub. He holds a degree from San Diego State University and has specialized in IoT product management from Stanford University. Rajesh is also the creator of Sparkle, a sustainability-focused incubation program, showcasing his dedication to fostering innovation in the field of sustainability. So let's begin this interesting discussion. Over to you.
I should come here or come here? So, good afternoon, everyone. I was hearing the panel discussion, then followed by what MeitY talked about, the sustainability piece of the incubation. In fact, my journey in the domain of innovation, entrepreneurship, incubation spans more than 25 years as of now. And after having moved to the new vertical of climate, energy, and sustainability, which has become really such a you can say important topic, because if you say my calendar till February is blocked, because every now and then so many events and every discourse this topic is being discussed. So having said that, and realizing the current scenario where we are actually speaking as of now, we are all aware 2015 was a defining year, because where all 195 countries, actually the UN took a stock of the current situation, And then 17 goals have been really chalked out as a universal call for action, which emphasizes on addressing the economic, political, and environmental challenges. So starting with the poverty, which is the number one, and ending with the partnerships at 17. And actually it really navigates one through the entire gamut of whether it's education, it's water, sanitation, it's clean access to clean energy, then smart cities, action for climate change, and peace and everything, all inclusive. And since now climate has become a burning topic, each year as a part of annual mega event, which is Conference of Parties, COP, all heads of 195 plus nations meet and take stock of the actions which are being taken by various governments to really tackle the pressing need of climate change. And the last COP, it was the first COP which I attended in Dubai, and the overall declaration said that we need to really triple the renewable energy capacity worldwide. Also, we need to really enhance the energy efficiency by double the rate of energy efficiency, and we need to create 6 times more the energy storage capacity. And for this to happen, total trillions of dollars are required, and where the money will come from. So what is the critical piece is the funding which is required to drive the major mega initiatives to tackle both the climate change adaptation as well as the mitigation strategies. Currently within the department, we are focusing on the entire landscape of adaptation as well as the mitigation. And adaptation, we are driving 2 national missions from the government side, and we have a presence in each states and UTs as a part of DSTS funded state climate change cells in all the states and UTs, which is primarily headed by an IFS officer, Indian Forest Service officer, with a team just like what we have in Incubator. And we give them funding just like what we give for ITBI program for 5 years. But they need to really network and collaborate with all the state government, state departments, and then prepare and build capacities and prepare for eventuality of any climate change, because there are instances of extreme events happening across India. We are all witnessing. In fact, the overarching 1.5 degree temperature rise 2023, and Delhi also had this summer, it actually crossed 50 degrees centigrade. And given the trilemma which we are facing, where we have to strike a critical balance, being a most populous nation of the world, as well as the 5th largest economy, aspiring to be the 3rd largest one in terms of trillions of dollars by 2027, our actually journey is going to be really very challenging for the trilemma. That is where we need to strike a balance between the economic growth, energy security, and environmental sustainability. So these are the overarching objectives where we have to really walk a very tight rope, whatever new actions we take, because it is being said, given the target we have to be Viksit Bharat by 2047, to be energy secured by 2047, and to be net zero by 2070. And India is only 60, the construction, it is said that only currently 40% constructed if we are aspiring to be a developed nation. So the pace of construction is going to really pick up. We have the Gati Shakti scheme really to enable and iron out various bottlenecks in the infrastructure development. Various corridors are being built up as a showcase. So in terms, the whole of Government of India is marching towards that direction, that we create best-in-class infrastructure, whether you talk of mobility, whether you talk of in terms of the climate resilient agriculture crops. So it actually the whole, it is a humongous task which is present before the country like us, which are such a diversified group in terms of east to west, north to south. and we are entrepreneur lab by itself. And given that call in last budget, our PM has already announced 1 lakh crores of innovation of fund. So we have to develop indigenous capabilities, drive innovations, and I see that incubators, I have doubt whether it's a 2,000 of incubators as of now, or there are thousands of numbers, I do not know. But if we really say, you can say which are, if you are really talking of the really impact-making incubators, I see there the number could be somewhere around 400 or 500, which are really doing the real incubation piece or the service, if we really want to put them in the bracket of. So there are some already incubators, incubator of incubators, then incubators, they are moderate in terms of age, in terms of the service portfolio, and some are emerging incubators, new kids on the block. So given that, and also corporate run accelerators and incubators, so we have very wide mix of incubators, and some of the institutions without waiting, which are progressive ones, they have initiated their own. Now next comes the piece of the deep tech incubation. I do not know whether all these have been touched in the previous sessions, because that's the next big thing which Government of India, and in particular DST, is also contemplating to be an active player in the deep tech startup ecosystem. So what it is typical characterized by the long gestation period, more funding requirement, and really in terms of scaling is difficult, because you are translating an IP driven product into a useful commercially viable product in the market. And given the push of government to be indigenous, to be Atmanirbhar, to really look for where India is getting products imported, we need to manufacture right in India. So what are those conditions, what are those enablers we collectively could drive to position India? And thanks, it's a moment of pride and celebration, because right from 2015 we have seen a constant rise in the global innovation index. So we are currently 39th position out of 133 economies, and in terms of Asian developing economies, we hold a very important place. So given that kind of scenario, we see we have right attributes in the place, whether it's our demographic dividend, given the political will we have, and given the the critical mass of incubator professionals, progressive institutes we have created thanks to Startup India program. So given that kind of scenario, what really is challenging, I think many aspects have already been deliberated upon in terms of how to make incubators sustainable, because incubators cannot be lifelong, be dependent on government funding. They really need to create a mark, and they need to create their own unique model depending upon the relevant area they are focusing on, the domain they are targeting, and the kind of pipeline they are generating and addressing. So these attributes may vary from incubator to incubator, but obviously everyone should try to be the next best version of themselves wherever they are as of now. So that will be my message. And in the just final thoughts on DST is currently driving from India a mission innovation, which was also carved out during the same time as UN SDGs in the year 2015 as a part of COP21 in Paris, where PM only coined this term mission innovation. And it constitutes a group of 23 countries and European Commission. So why 23 countries? Because they are the 80% of, they actually contribute to the 80% of global GHG emissions. So if they are contributing to these, which in turn is a key, you can say, attribute for the climate change, man-made climate change. So therefore, voluntary, these countries should come out with mechanisms, programs, policies, and bigger chunk of R&D funding to catalyze innovations in clean energy domain. So that's why we are part of the founding member of this mission innovation. And recently I have attended the mission innovation ministerial, which was held in Foz do Iguaçu in Brazil, alongside with the G20 Energy Ministerial. And Brazil is a proponent of biofuel in terms of bioethanol, flex fuel. So they are earlier sugarcane based, now they have switching over to the corn based ethanol. And they are also part of the Global Biofuel Alliance. As a part of G20, India has announced. So as we move forward, 2030 is the goalpost which our PM has already carved out in terms, we call it Panchamrit. To be, we need to up the renewable energy capacity by 500 gigawatt installed capacity. 50% of our energy generation should be through non-fossil fuels. We should be able to really mitigate 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide emissions from our environment, and we should be able to cut down the carbon emissions by 40%, 45% of our GDP at 2005 level, and the overarching how to be attaining net zero by 2070. So these are the missions which we all collectively, there are 12 odd departments, we are working in this direction for decarbonizing India. And for Indian scenario, it is going to be development-led, sustainable and inclusive net zero transition. And there are recently IIM Ahmedabad, Professor Amit Gar has come out with a study which was done at the behest of Office of PSAs. So they have come out with 7 different scenarios where India could attain net zero, and it has come out clearly despite all other aspects which we are trying, whether it's carbon capture and utilization in hard to abate sectors like cement, steel, oil and gas, fertilizers, or even agriculture contributes to carbon GHG emissions. Then we have transport sector, we have building energy sector, construction sector also contributing to carbon emissions. And it is being said that we need to really go nuclear way. So nuclear, we need to add on nuclear energy capacity if we are targeting to be net zero. Since we are coal dependent as of now heavily, so that's why we are, our target is at the last 2017. Rest other countries have announced target as 2050, or some who are dependent 20, like Russia is 2060. Rest all Europe has announced. Now they have actually are enforcing stringent emission norms. You have to the standards. So when we talk of all these decarbonization in terms of SDGs, we have to really comply with these strong standards and safety norms. Hydrogen is the now next big thing, which is green hydrogen. India is actually at par with all global counterparts in propelling the green hydrogen, which is at the infancy stage in the country. EV also, we need to have 30% of EV by 2030. So what is the roadmap? We have released white paper on EV, and under a new entity ANRF of DST, Anusandhan National Research Foundation, where our SCRB has been subsumed. First mission to be launched is MahaEV. It is for EV research. So anyone who is interested to apply under MahaEV call, they can really. So I think whether it's, and all corporates are now being governed by ESG, environmental sustainability and governance. So that has become really critical. So cutting across the entire domain of when we have the theme of incubators for impact, how do you define impact? That should be really, whether it's impact in terms of economic impact, whether it's in terms of the, you can say, environmental impact. So what are those impacts? I think I will urge upon ISBA to really come out with some of the, not only the master classes, but which acts as a holy book for all incubators to follow. How do we really create the requisite impact wherever they are working on whatever domain. And can we have an incubator, as Mr. Mittal, when we had gone to Israel and seen the way it is like a sort of a factory. You feed ideation, innovation at one side at input level, and at the output within a definite span of time you get a finished and you really like ready to commercialize product. So can we envisage that? Is it possible? And that too happening in say span of 2 to 3 years, depending on the domain. All deep tech will require definitely more time frame to the typical period could be 5 years, and the services, the typical ICT, yeah, okay, could be 2 to 3 years. So creating an impact in a shortest span should be the motive. And now let me initiate the and see the collective experience and wisdom of our panelists. How do they go about in creating and sharing their thoughts on creating incubation for impact? So I'll start with Mr. G. Krishna Gopal, who is the CEO of EIC, Access Livelihood. So first questions, you have been working in the intersection of livelihoods and entrepreneurship for many years. How do you see incubators contributing to the SDG number 1, which is for the poverty alleviation, economics, environmental, through sustainable innovation in grassroots communities? So please share your thoughts, and I think it's a 3-minute, you could restrict your response.
Okay, I will just give 3 or 4 examples on how incubators can contribute to impact, and they can do it very significantly. So first thing, I think, as you mentioned, madam, we need to realign the metrics by which we are measuring incubators' success. So it's not just going to be about sustainability in terms of financials, but also what is the kind of key impact that we can drive onto people and planet. That has to be measured simultaneously. So the impact metrics for the incubators have to be redefined. Once we redefine, I think there is a lot of process variations that we have to bring in. One of the example is, like, for example, if we are interested in creating wealth for weavers, which is a key impact in this way, innovation can be driven not in lab, but we would require designers from NID, NIFT to actually co-create designs with the weavers at the grassroots level. They do have a lot of traditional wisdom, and this wisdom has to be combined with whatever scientific know-how that is developing, and that's where the innovation can be co-created. So one of the examples is that we had a designer from NID who worked with the weavers in East Godavari district, and what we have done is we have imagined a garment and then pictured what should be how the fabric should be woven. So it's basically re-engineering the entire fabric design using the end output as this one. And this was developed by an NID designer who sat with around 20 master weavers whom we have and developed this design. So this is a kind of innovation that has to be done. We can't do it only in the lab if we really are interested in creating an impact. So that's one example. Second example, when we raise capital, as an incubator, we have raised around more than 200 crores in the last 10-15 years. So when we raise capital, capital has to be a portfolio. It can't be just all capital is short-term impatient. We need to have a portfolio where we have patient capital and blended finance. Now, blended finance is critical because a lot of these innovations require gestation, and grant support is required at that particular. And when you say grant support is required, so you need to have a hybrid architecture. So you have to have a not-for-profit arm which works with the grants and a for-profit arm which works with the equity resources. And if you are able to combine this, then we can drive innovation in the grassroots and create an impact. The third thing that I would like to say is, a lot of our innovation, we focus only on product innovation, but there is a lot to be done in the process innovation as well as enterprise design level innovation. Now, one of the key factors that we have figured out, and this is with around 12,000 women in a dairy, and Srini was also looking at the dairy. The dairy, actually, what does it do? It is actually way back in around 10-15 years itself, it has imagined that the way forward in marketing is direct to customer, which is what we are looking at in quick commerce or anywhere. So we are now encouraging something called as P2C as supply chain model, which is producer to consumer as a supply chain model, instead of just looking at B2B and B2C, which is the traditional models that we are trying to see. In that way, the value realizations for the communities will be higher and margins also will be higher, which can plow back into the incubator's own well-being. So another thing that we have figured out is that India is a land of lot of GI, I think geographical indicators. That itself is a wealth which can be converted into exportable products and services, and it can generate wealth for the community as well as for this one. So, and this is again, like we work with handloom weavers, we have ikat. India owns almost 95% of all handloom techniques. And as we look at sustainable clothing as a solution, handlooms is a very integral part of that. And that can be converted into exportable products and create a lot of wealth. So I think there is a lot more, and I think fundamentally there has to be a shift that when we work with communities or on climate change poverty issues, we should not see them as have-nots, but the moment we see them as haves, that they are already producing something and they also have local knowledge, local culture. All of these have wonderful ideas which can be picked up and converted into good business solutions which can generate a lot of wealth for both the communities as well as for the investors. And in that way, the incubators can contribute a lot to the entire game. So it's a very sustainable way to contribute it.
My next question is with Rajesh Kumar Aslaf, CEO, AICT Hub. With your good experience in scaling of technology-driven startups, what specific goal would you like to share with gathering here in terms of addressing the climate change? In terms of addressing the climate change and environmental challenges, particularly in these sectors like renewable energy and smart cities.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. 2 years back, we realized at T-Hub that we have been extensively incubating a lot of tech companies, and we also realized that tech is good for, for the future, but at the same time, the sustainability of the planet is also equal responsibility. So from that, we realized and we thought like we'll initiate a program where we can really support a lot of green initiatives. And we started this program called Sparkle, where we wanted to incubate, one of the top creamy companies in the climate tech, waste management and recycling areas. And we are incubating them and helping them grow as quickly as possible so that they can contribute to the climate change and also the environmental, damage that is happening across the planet. Few companies, are really doing good. We have companies in the areas of biofuels, recycling, hydrogen adoption, and hydrogen fuel cells, and a lot of companies on carbon credits, carbon monitoring, and founders who are building sustainable tiles, sustainable material for construction. So there is an amazing talent coming, who are really passionate about solving climate tech and environmental problems. And all they need is some wisdom and a little capital so that they can, rise up and contribute to the cause at a big time. What we are doing is we are trying to create an ecosystem where we can bring in a lot of, sustainability or impact investors, along with a lot of mentors from various research bodies, even academia and also corporates to support these initiatives. lot of corporates like DBS Bank, Mercedes-Benz, Renault, a lot of them are now coming up and creating funds, which are worth 20 to 30 lakhs, which can be utilized by these, climate tech warriors, and they can, build their products and also get into the market. So there is a huge push coming, through incubation, and we understand that we have to contribute to the sustainability of the planet. And so far we incubated around 65 companies solving various problem statements. And going forward, we wanted to, increase this number so that there can be more, ideas and more innovations that can be supported and grown, especially in the climate tech and the and also the environment industry. Thank you.
To Harshan, who represents Social Alpha, let me just inform, under Mission Innovation, first international, you can say, clean tech incubator has been supported to Social Alpha. So, and that was the first one, and we have an Accelerate module to support clean tech startups under Mission Innovation. So your question is, with your focus on social enterprises and impact investing, what are some of the most significant challenges in startups startup need to balance? Is it between the profitability and impact when you're aligning with the SDG targets like reducing inequality or promoting responsible consumption?
Thank you, ma'am, for the question, and thanks to ISBA for inviting us here. I'm representing Social Alpha, and I would also want to thank Dr. Anita Gupta. She mentioned about Mission Innovation. She has been a great supporter of Social Alpha, and we were fortunate to set up the first clean tech incubator under the Mission Innovation program. Now, coming to Social Alpha, I think we have always been focusing on creating a lab to market to communities model for innovations and startups that are trying to address the larger problems facing our planet, right? Which is whether it is poverty, whether it is climate change, whether it is access to healthcare. And we wanted to create an ecosystem that can support the entire transition of these startups from an idea stage to a stage where they're actually deployed at a community level and the impact is seen on the ground. And we do it through 3 strategic verticals that we have. One addresses climate specifically, the other one addresses healthcare, the third one addresses livelihoods. And we also understand these are all interlinked issues, right? So when you talk about climate change, the impact of climate change is felt across some of these sectors. So it's an excess of all these entities that come together and need to be addressed together. From that standpoint, and that also means that most of the startups that we have supported, so far we have supported more than 300 startups. We have invested in more than close to 100 of them, equity investments, and we have made a few exits also on the way. But most of the startups actually fall in the category where they have to actually find a way to balance. They are a for-profit entity, but then they are addressing problems that are not really being like consumed by the traditional businesses that we see, which means there is a dichotomy that exists in terms of the origin of those innovations and where the end users of those innovations. So in terms of the challenges, broad 3 challenges that I could talk about, which would cover span of all of these, right? And the first one is incidentally the technology challenge itself. So when you're trying to solve problems of energy transition, when we need sustainable energy transition, we are looking at technologies that can achieve the energy transition at a cost, at a price point, at a level of accessibility that is accessible to anyone. And which means I think the existing technologies might not be able to address it, which means that new technologies need to be created. These are technologies that come from the lab. These are deep technologies that will require immense amount of investments to actually start up in itself. So which means I think the first technology challenge is the most prominent one we see. And this spans across areas, whether it is energy storage, alternative battery chemistries, whether it is alternatives to plastic, new materials that can actually replace plastic, because that's a huge problem, right? But what we see today in terms of the market is either there are solutions that are way expensive than what normal people could afford, or there are solutions that doesn't have the same physical characteristics of what they are sought to replace. So if you have to replace plastic, you have to have the same physical characteristics that need to address the problem. So the technology challenge is the biggest one as far as we see it, and we really welcome initiatives that are looking at deep technologies at the larger level to see how we can solve some of these challenges. The other one is obviously the business scaling challenge in itself, because the end users of many of these technologies are actually people who will not be able to pay for it directly. So how do you find a business model that meets the needs of these users, but also enables that whatever external support that can come into the ecosystem, whether it's through government schemes, whether it's to other programs, can come into those startups so that they can actually go and deploy and test the solutions. And they also get an opportunity to understand what the customer really needs. Because that is also a key challenge that we need to face. And the third and final one is obviously, and I can see that they would want me to conclude, so I'll just conclude with the third point, which is the most common, which is a funding challenge. And it is not that funding is not available from government, but I think the funding is insufficient. And we always expect the venture capitalists to come and fund some of these things, but it will not happen, right? Because they have no thesis to support such a huge risk. So that is where I think we have been big advocates of philanthropy and other entities to come in and support and de-risk some of these innovations at the early stage, so that once they get into a stage where they can scale, the mainstream VCs can come and the entities like incubators can actually have a huge role in facilitating that. But with that, I think I will conclude.
So I think since we are short of time, so there's no time for repeat of second round of questions. So I'll just quickly what has already been deliberated upon, what you talked about, because all these startups needs to be taken at a level that is which is more impact making, and for impact making we need funding. So funding is another aspect which these kind of startups which are focusing on SDGs normally face is there is a regulatory frameworks. We have to put in the right amount of regulatory framework. We saw in the COVID times and how really we could compress the time to market, bringing industry on board right at the drawing board stage and getting the requisite approvals for all through CDS. So we need to create the public awareness. The public needs to be, so that is also another impact aspect. Need to create the right set of teams, so talent acquisition and retention is also another aspect. How do we measure impact? That has been already talked about. Scaling and translating local success into scalable, sustainable models. Collaboration is one big piece, whether it's incubator to incubator collaboration or cross-border collaborations are also really when our products are make for India, made for the world kind of thing. How do we really financial sustainability not achieve on, and the policy and the advocacy. So this is dependent on government to come out with the requisite policy. I agree one of the piece which is need to be addressed from the environmental perspective is material circularity, end of life, PVs and all, waste to wealth, plastics. So this is a big role which collectively everyone in the incubation domain, I would urge upon all incubator to focus on climate change and sustainability as their added vertical. So that's my last piece. Thank you.
Thank you so much for amazing insights from various perspectives. We have heard from government perspective, from investment perspective, and from the incubation perspective, who are solving and helping these startups to solve climate change related problems, SDG goals, etc. from the ground level. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Madhusudan Rao, CEO of AICCCMB, to felicitate our guest here.
It's a surprise. It's very relevant to the times. It's a book on Tatas. Wow. And it is signed by the author.
I think Dr. Gopal Koini.
Yes.
Dr. Gopal Krishnan should have been invited.
We tried. We invited. Just so there was a schedule challenge. Indeed, we wanted to invite him.
Now, requesting all the, while the photographs are being taken and in interest of saving time, requesting all of you to just stay seated because there's a very interesting 5-10 minutes around what we need. Actually, we all will hear from our startups something called AWS, cloud credit. Everybody wants it. How do we actually get that? So we have got somebody from AWS over here who's just going to quickly, Asta Dikshit, okay.
I'm here to introduce Asta. So it is my pleasure to have Ms. Asta Dikshit here. She's the account manager, healthcare and life sciences at Amazon Web Services. She'll be talking about unlocking cloud potential, fueling innovation and growth for startups.
Hello everyone, very good afternoon. And thanks a lot ISBACON and AICCCMB for inviting me here. We are glad to be collaborated with them for almost more than a couple of years. And then since last year, I think the relationships have been strengthened over the last couple of conversations that we've been having. And today I'm here to very briefly talk about what AWS is doing in the space of startups and what it entails. And the only segue in the coming technology towards building and scaling startup is via cloud services. So I'm quickly going to show you a couple of slides over. Thank you so much. And we'll walk you through how actually we are shaping. So the entire idea is that the startups which are on AWS have been associated with us for more than 17 years now. And we are helping build about 280,000 plus startups over AWS. So the idea is, so you can have a brief look at the kind of startups that we have enabled over the last 17 years. To name a few in the specific healthcare domain that I've worked with, EkaCare, Cure.ai, Triya Health. All of these startups are building and scaling with AWS at the moment. And the idea is to help them understand why AWS is of importance. Yeah, I think the stylus is still not working, but any which ways. Yeah, so these are some of the big ideas because of which I'm here. The idea is to have a deep experience on cloud. The moment a startup comes and tries to enable a technology, the moment a startup comes and tries to enable a product or a service and tries to scale it on cloud, it becomes more reachable for the people to access it in the market. It becomes more creative in the sense that they are able to quickly build something up with a small infrastructure. You don't need to have a big IT team with you. You don't need to have a big infrastructure enabled. You don't need to have rack and stack and data centers to start with. You can start small and scale big. The idea is that we have been supporting startups for a long time, and we are the pioneers in the cloud technology. So we have been enabling the startups which are in the space of life sciences, AI, ML, and finance, and
and the other areas which are upcoming in the market, and ensuring that they have the right programs and resources enabled for them to scale. So I'll just quickly show you a very interesting slide, which I only wish the stylus was more. Yeah, so we have it here. So every startup goes through this interesting scale that I've tried to depict and present to you. The x-axis shows the happiness level when we start the startup, and y-axis shows the kind of scale at which we operate. So before we have a startup initiated or incubated with any entity, we are super active, happy, enthusiastic that we'll be running a big startup. The initial enthusiasm peaks when we receive, let's say, initial funding or people around us approve of our startup. Then reality sets in. That's the point where people realize, okay, it's not just starting a startup, it's a lot of other aspects. I have to have an IT team, I have to have a development team, product service has to be created, and all of those things. And then the motivation and the happiness goes down. That's where people realize that they need experimenting. They need to have a good team. They need to have testing done. They need to have a creative idea or product to initiate. And that's where AWS comes into picture. It helps in terms of enabling the teams. It gives the startup resources. And that's where the momentum builds up slowly. The happiness level increases. And the startups become product ready. And then they scale in the market. So this slide actually shows you from idea to IPO how AWS supports. So at the early stages, we have the technical support that offers customer to understand. It is very, very important. Cloud technology, having cloud technology is one thing, but utilizing it is a completely different ballgame, because we usually end up spending a lot. We don't know what services to use. Even though we have credits, we end up spending them unnecessarily. So understanding what service to use at what point in time, at what stage when you are operating at, is very important. And that's where the product development teams in our team, the SAs come into picture, solution architects come into picture. They guide you how to create an infrastructure. They guide you what services to use. And then after this entire cloud introduction, you have an understanding of, okay, this is AWS and my product or service can run on this platform. Then comes the growth stage. At this particular stage, we realize that you are growing in the market. You have some set of customers, you've tested your product or service, and now you want to launch it in the market. You want to scale. So customer acquisition comes into play, where we tell you that this is the right set of customers that you need to connect with, or these are the product acceleration programs that you can leverage. And then, of course, the promotion and PR, because we do a lot of case studies with our customers, be it Cure.ai, be it Ministry of Health and Family Welfare startups that are associated with us, the ABDM startups that are associated with us. We do heavy promotion and case studies with them. That's how they augment in the market. And finally, at the scale stage, where the actual ramp-up takes place, we do go-to-market activities and initiatives, which could be regional or global. We do networking initiatives with them so that they are introduced to the right set of customers and they help them scale in the future segments. And then, of course, sales enablements. A lot of companies do not have the right CMOs, CTOs. We help them enable what are the right strategies that you would be taking care of. So this was a brief idea. Moving on to, this is pretty much what I've been explaining. The idea is that you have an experienced team to support you. You have support system which is going to be there 24/7, depending upon what level of engagement we are having with you. You can start really, really small and scale to the heights which are unfathomable. Currently, the biggest of the education edtech platforms like PhysicsWala, all of them are running on AWS. They are, you understand the scale at which we operate. We have a vibrant community. And we introduce to you with sessions like this. We keep on conducting sessions within incubator associations like AICCCMB. We had it last year. And of course, the expert services that we have that provide the right kind of information at the right time. So what we are doing with AICC-CCMB is, starting next year or by the end of this year, we'll have this program introduced where we are giving exclusive rights as a center of excellence to AICC-CCMB. And this association, by this association, we are trying to enable a particular cohort of startups which will be accelerated on cloud. These are some of the specifications that are mentioned on the screen that will help you understand the nuances of what we'll be dealing with. The details of which would be shared later, for sure, because of the paucity of time. I've been told that I have just 10-minute window. But yeah, so this is the basic idea and a quick snapshot of what we intend to do with the startups that would be associated with AWS via AICC-CCMB. Just to know that you have resources over AWS Startups website. Go log in there, understand at what stage you guys are operating at, and understand how AWS could be leveraged. You need to reach out to the right teams, create support tickets, and understand what support could be best suitable for you. So we have these learning centers, we have trainings and certifications that could give you a basic understanding on what AWS can do to support your product or service in the market at the moment. There are questions which are already addressed on the platform, which you can refer for quick information. But we'll be there available in the campus next year once the collaboration gets finalized. And we'll be initiating the cohort selection and all of those details shortly. So stay tuned for the collaboration, and we hope that we really have a successful cohort building with AICC-CCMB and AWS. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Asta. Hello. Yeah. Thank you so much, Asta. Please stay on stage. Let's call upon Prasad Shetty, sorry, to felicitate Asta here. I call upon the AIC team to have a quick group snap with Asta and the AWS team.
Yeah, so we are going to break for lunch. My humble request that everybody be seated by 2:15. We are expecting the minister to arrive by 2:30. So please do that. Also for your, some of you may not have taken some pics yesterday. We have a mirror selfie booth here. And there are some selfie points also here. My request is also do tag ISBA and ISBA 2024 in all your social media posts. Thank you so much.
Even a scribbling pad would do, if not white paper.
I'll just it's probably in that room. I'll get it. Just a minute. Give me 2 minutes.
hello, 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 mic testing, hello, hello. వినపడుతుందా? Hello, 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 mic testing, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, chick. Hello. 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 Hello, chick. Hello. Hello, chick. Hello.
Check, check. Hello, mic check, check. 1, 2, 3. Hello, mic check. Hello, hello, mic check.
Hello, check.
1, 2, 3. Hello.
Hello, mic check. Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, hello. ఇది hello, mic check. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Beach wala. Hello. Okay, we're going to start the open house now, but requesting that these first two rows of the center of the auditorium, please do not occupy them. We are keeping it reserved for the honorable chief guest who will be coming. So, except for the first two rows of the center of the auditorium, please feel free to seat wherever you find a place. And there's enough. So this is supposed to be open house. Open house Q&A, actually in the agenda, is the most popular item. The reason being is very simple, because so far you have only heard a lot of keynotes and panel discussions, and you had a lot of questions, but either you didn't ask because we didn't allow you to ask, time ke karan, or you didn't ask because you were hesitating or shying away. Now this is our community. There are, I would say, no outsiders. So feel free to ask questions which you feel were left unanswered. We'll try our best to answer them, and it is not just the governing board members. We'll probably get others who would know the answers, we'll encourage them to answer. So, you got...
long press so that it will get...
Okay, so again I repeat, this is an open house, but be mindful, ask questions that are... so make your questions brief, and but you can ask any question. I will not restrict. Ask any question as long as it is related to incubators. Okay. Then I'm really stressing now.
Somebody has to be standing here. We want to reserve this.
Okay. Don't ask questions like somebody asked Prasad Shetty, Sign IIT Bombay का total salary budget कितना है? और फिर पूछा वायरस तुम्हारा सैलरी बजट कितना है? It's true, but somebody asked him. Okay. Okay, we have do you have mics? You have mics to go around? Okay. Can we get some volunteers to stand near the first two rows, because we are reserving it for open house. Yeah. Can you see all the people over here? Okay, ready? Whoever wants to ask question, raise your hands. Do not hesitate. All questions you can ask. It's a free for all. Again, as long as it's incubator driven. Yeah. Prasad. Dr. Anand Badalkar has a question.
Just reminding you from last night, can you elaborate on to your plans for the regional chapter thing or sectoral thing as to how do we grow
the clusters
and how do we help all those passionate about incubation and promoting it?
Dr. Suresh?
You repeat the question, please.
Sorry.
Yeah. So we talked about some regional chapters and sectoral chapters or things like that under ISBA. So, I mean, there's no point creating other sectoral communities now. I think ISBA should take that leadership and try and create those kind of chapters, everything under one roof, unlike CII and FICCI and other stuff. So how do we go ahead? Where do other passionate members, how do they contribute? How do they help?
Check. Okay. So before going to the chapters and the clusters, we are all thinking that ISBA has been equally spread across the country. And ideally speaking, based on my statements or based on the assumptions, we think that, right, if you take about 200 plus registration that has happened, I'll say that Tamil Nadu had about 46, 47 incubators, participations, right, from these incubation centers. And Maharashtra has the next
60 or something. Out of 220, 2 states have contributed 50% of the participation, right? Remaining 50% come from remaining 18 states, out of which Karnataka and Telangana has contributed for another 40%, right? So, frankly speaking, throwing a question to the ISBA as a cluster and chapter becomes an easy task for the people to ask that, right? We want to have a cluster. But practically speaking, practically speaking, unless otherwise we have the critical mass, unless otherwise your state can bring us 10 incubation centers, forming a cluster makes sense. Or otherwise, I have to club Madhya Pradesh with some other nearby states, with any other Bihar or things like that. And being open with you, being in the same state, being in the same city, we are not talking to each other, right? Clubbing 2 states becomes challenging. That is the reason last 2 years we are not able to move certain clusters forward, right? So it is an appeal or request from my side. If you want to have a cluster, at least give us 10 incubation centers minimum from your state, we can form a cluster. Right? I'm not looking at sector. Out of 10, 5 can be bio or whatever it is. Let us not go into sector-wise now. Let us try to have 10 incubation centers coming together in a state, we'll form a cluster. Now that critical mass is there with Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Karnataka, and to some extent we have Gujarat, but people has to come forward. Right? With Delhi, we have experimented it. We know what's the number. Delhi alone does not have. Delhi NCR. If I put Delhi NCR, then Uttar Pradesh comes into picture. Haryana comes into picture. Delhi comes into picture. Now, instead of handling incubation politics, I have to handle NCR politics or geopolitics, because all the 3 states comes into picture. Uttar Pradesh has a different startup policies and things like that. So we find it certain difficulty, but we can overcome that. So out of our experience, my request is try to have 10 incubation centers minimum. It can be incubation centers, it can be EDCs, it can be interesting incubation centers, institutions which want to start the incubation center, want to learn. You can bring them on board, we can make an attempt. Hope I have given a detailed answer on it. So I have been told by Prasad that the former minister will arrive in another 5 minutes, but however, we can take one more question. Yeah, we can continue after valedictory function, but even if you have any quick questions, till the minister comes.
Some other...
Yeah. You have asked a one-liner question where I have to give a... Even government is struggling. Even Prasad is there, their sign is handling the Nidhi Prayas PMU. 55 centers, I think, are having Nidhi Prayas centers. Even having their Aadhaar number and other details, SIN number and things like that for the companies and things like that, we are able to find duplication of funds. Course correction is happening for last 5 years. Only thing is, number of startups where the duplication of fund has happened, the numbers have come down. And the second awareness has gone, because whomsoever has got the second funding, they have insisted to refund it. The second awareness has gone so that startups slowly have understood that if you apply for Nidhi Prayas, if you duplicate it, even after 6 months, they will be able to find after the audit or internal audit and things like that, they'll ask us to refund. That message is spreading. Now the number has come down. But we don't have a single repository unless otherwise government comes with some insisting unique numbers with Aadhaar or with the DPIT number and things like that.
Bhaskar
it is very
ID.
difficult to do.
Bhaskar ID.
Whatever it is. Now it is Bhaskar and things like that. But we find it difficult with Nidhi AR, Nidhi Prayas and things like that. We find it difficult.
Sir, 1 second. Very quick question.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, Dr. Suresh, very quick question.
Yes, sir.
Is there any consolidated website or a resource on ISBA or something where one can go and look at all the incubators in the country or the ecosystem?
In the ISBA website, we have only the incubators which are members of ISBA. We have those lists.
So one can go and browse
Yes,
through them and see.
with their address, with their contact persons and
And in your personal capacity, like in India overall, is any other website where other
Startup India may have that.
Startup India?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
And they say that there are about 900 plus incubators.
Hi sir, my name is Pawan. I'm from Jinsau, Bangalore. So my question is about IP and patents. I'm not sure whether it's a right question to ask here, but the reimbursement format of IP and patents. So every state has a different rules for the reimbursement policies. So when I asked the same question to my government in Karnataka, they stated me that whether I'll be taking the responsibility of forming a panel and validating the patents before the reimbursement, because at steps students are facing difficulty to gather that 2 lakhs of patent fees before the reimbursement, and a lot of ideas
He's
are
from
getting
Bangalore. Bangalore.
Okay, sorry, Suresh, you had to go to receive. Sorry. So sorry, I took the last part of the session. I know one thing that, for example, anybody from Maharashtra here? Right? So how many of you know about what Maharashtra State Innovation Society scheme of 2 lakh, up to 2 lakh rupees? Yeah, they reimburse. So there is a scheme, but you know what's happening? Many of the startups and founders, incubators did not even know about it. So Maharashtra State had the budget and they're going around asking, do you have anybody who has applied, has spent money for, because we have budget and we are waiting for, it's a reimbursement scheme.
Okay, so I think my question is misunderstood. So it's not about reimbursement.
Yeah.
It's about gathering those 2 lakhs even before reimbursement. For students, at least, student entrepreneurs, it's a quite challenge to,
See, if
gather.
you do not have the financial stamina for getting 2 lakh as a short-term this thing, then I'm not
So
sure.
can we get anything gathered at the step level who can invest in these, student ideas and then get the reimbursement?
So, Prasad sir, can I answer his question? Can I answer? Yeah. Myself, Amit Ranjan, I'm the CEO of AIC Foundation. We situated in Aurangabad. So, you ask about the patent filing and the fee structure for the patent filing, which every state is having a reimbursement policy. I'm telling you, we are having 2-3 government agencies which are working under central government. And they are providing this IP facilitation part, IP filing and all these patent filings part are free of cost for the innovators. I'm giving you 2-3 names.
Who is doing it?
Yeah, I'm giving you 2-3 names. One is National Research Development Corporation. It is in New Delhi. They are having 2-3 outreach offices. Second is CPALM. Third is TIFAC. And apart from these 3 agencies, we have some 40 IPFC centers in the universities which are being set up by NRDC. And some approximately 36 TTOs are there which are supporting startups, innovators in filing these patents and that patent regime. So rather than collecting that 2 lakh rupees, and I'm telling you, this is a myth. This is purely a myth that for filing a patent, you require to pay 2 lakh rupees. It is only 1650 rupees to be paid by either NEFT or by RTGS or by cash by filing only 2 forms. That is form number 2 and form number 5. And anyone can get that form from the website of IPO, that is Indian Patent Office, and an innovator can file it itself. They don't require a kind of a patent form for filing your patent.
But that is to apply for the patenting,
Yeah,
what
obviously,
you are mentioning.
obviously.
I'm talking about entire cycle which spares almost...
I told you 3 agency name, boss.
That's what. See,
and they will file your patent.
Yes.
They will help you, support you in granting till the granting of your patent free of cost. They will not charge you a single rupee because.
Okay, great. So this is a great information which we have missed out. So maybe through ISBA, we could get this information to all the incubations, also to all the states.
You know what we do in ISBA members group? People ask, I have a student innovator wanting to apply for patent, koi hai? And immediately people like Amit immediately reply. Because see what happens is, If you ask about information, there's so much information out there. Unless it is relevant to you for that specific case, for that specific day, it's only information. वो रह जाता है. What I'm saying is, you put it. This is how the power of collaboration works. See, you asked something you did not know about an agency. Immediately, same thing can happen also on WhatsApp. We're using WhatsApp because लोग at least WhatsApp देखते हैं और पूछते हैं WhatsApp में. Okay, but we'll find. I think you had something to add. Ask. एक बार नहीं मिला तो दोबारा पूछो. ठीक है? You'll get it.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I have a general question. I've been listening.
I'll also just give a disclaimer. If you're asking a question and I'm answering, we may get abrupted.
Sure,
so do not.
sure.
It's not being impolite. It is just the way it is. Sorry.
So, one of the panelists yesterday made a comment that incubators these days are incubating startups from everything under the sun. If this information or this insight is already there, why don't we focus? Because when it's expected from entrepreneurs that you should focus and get to the product market fit, why not for innovators? Why is the government not trying to encourage focus incubators rather than letting incubators take startups from everywhere under the sun?
So, good question. I think I can only speak for myself and what I know under NITI TBI. So, every incubator is expected to have a thrust area. It is. It is expected not because the granting agency is asking you to fill a form and name your thrust area. You need to have the thrust area because either you have the infrastructure or the expertise or your region is known for that. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We can take that up, continue it after.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our chief guest has already arrived. Please be seated. I request everyone to please do not move around, and it's a humble request. As soon as he enters, please welcome him with a big round of applause. And put your phones on silent mode, or if you can switch it off, that would be great. Check, mic check, mic check. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We are deeply honored to have our Honorable Minister Shri K.T. Ramarao, former IT Minister, Government of Telangana, as our esteemed chief guest for this special occasion. Can we have a big, big round of applause, please? Thank you so very much. I request everyone to please be seated. Thank you so very much. I request all of you to kindly be seated. Thank you so very much. And now I request the ISBA team to kindly accompany our Honorable Minister, Shri K.T. Ramarao, Government of Telangana, to the dais, please. So we still believe in you. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए, जोरदार, धमाकेदार. We have been waiting for this moment, right? Great. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Ramji, COO of AICCCMB, to deliver the welcome note, please. Thank you.
గౌరవనీయులైన శ్రీ కల్వకుంట్ల తారక రామారావు గారికి మా అందరి తరపున కూడా వార్మ్ వెల్కమ్ సార్. ప్లీజ్ give a big round of applause. I really actually want to speak in Telugu, my native language, but yes, having lot of outstation audience, non-native Telugu audience, so it's my immense pleasure to have former IT Minister Shri Kalvakuntla Tarak Ramarao Garu, KTR, the brand, the man is here, who actually built this entire Telangana incubation ecosystem. If you can see 10 years before, there's a different world. But today, whatever we have seen, the T-Hub and T-Works that we have seen, the man is here who actually envisioned those years, those times. Yesterday, I think, when Jayesh Garu mentioned about the initial plan in ISB and IIIT, etc., I would like, sir, there are no formal welcome notes to read here. Please excuse me, but I would like to share my own experiences. Way back in 2014, when he became the minister, the initial times of the government formation, first time I saw these gentlemen, I met these gentlemen here about the initial brainstorming discussions to set up a center for healthcare entrepreneurship in IIT Hyderabad. I was mesmerized the way everyone, because he never see the speech to identify the numbers, how Japan is doing, how South Korea is doing, where are we, and how we are trying to go ahead of those particular economies. I think that inspired me a lot. And the second meeting in my previous organization, IKP Knowledge Park, sir came on BioAsia Times. Again, it's a mega event where actually in sir's presence, lot of collaborations, lot of activities, and several industries have been set up. And I met him again. It's a bumper offer for me to meet sir. And the third time, sir, I'm not telling many, but third last thing I can tell, how this ecosystem happened. Yesterday I gave an example to Rahul when we are talking about, incubators meetup, there are no champions. He actually told the then CIO of TSIC, Telangana State Innovation Cell, whatever the government incubators and enabling agencies that we have today, in the state. Actually, everything, he's totally indulged himself to actually look after each and every activity along with all the CEOs and CIOs, and also the only minister who actually came to our incubators meet. That meeting, sir, if I remember, it's in GHMC, sir. Dr. Madhu is there, and the then director of CCMB, Dr. Rakesh Mishra, is also there. When I was just writing the note, suddenly he pulled out a name. I think Ramji is doing his best to bring the incubators together. I was just, it's a heart attack thing for me suddenly. Then I just asked funny, why actually, sir, once you tell the name, he will never forget. Once you tell the numbers, he will never forget. That day onwards, that motivation by a minister like this, actually making me to indulge myself, to keep my heart into this ecosystem. That's where this 10 years journey is an excellent journey along with KTR, sir. Sir, thank you so much for inspiring me and motivating me to us. And yes, of course, another touch to a CCMB and this biology. Sir is a microbiologist and also biotechnology background. But the knowledge and wisdom that he is having is vast. Sir, with that small experience and note, of course, I no need to introduce about all other activities because it's a brand. KTR is here. Thank you, sir, and please welcome to the ISBACON that is happening here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Ramji. That was so inspiring and setting the stage for all of us. I now request Dr. Suresh Kumar, Executive Director, PSG STEP and President of ISBA, to give a brief note on ISBACON highlights.
Honorable former IT Minister of Telangana, Shri KTR, my family members on and off the dais. Good afternoon, and it's our pleasure to have Shri KT Ramarao for the valedictory function with us. And the way Dr. Ramji has expressed, and the way people like us who are not from Telangana, who are from the neighboring state, from Tamil Nadu, had heard more about Shri KTR, it's a great opportunity for us to be with him in the dais and also to listen his vibrant speech. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and being with us to address our audience. To give a brief about ISBA, the Indian Steps and Business Incubator Association, shortly called as ISBA, has been formed in the year 2004 when the incubation center in the country is nascent. And across the country, we have about 40-50 incubation centers. And out of which, few of the visionary leaders and thought leaders decided that we should form a network. And only experience sharing and only we work together, co-create, the incubation movement can success. With that thought, we formed an association in the year 2004. And it's a great journey that we have in the last 20 years. Out of this 20 years, from 30 incubation centers as members, today we have about 160 incubators across the country as the members of this association. Out of the 20 years of our journey, except the 2 years of our COVID period and 2 years of the initial years, all 16 years we have conducted this annual conference called ISBACON. And this is the 16th conference that we are doing it in Hyderabad. For your kind information, the first conference of ISBACON was organized in Hyderabad in the year 2007. And after almost 17 years, we have come back to Hyderabad. Meanwhile, we have organized this conference in various cities so that we reach out to the various stakeholders, policymakers, and the government of the respective state governments, and hope we have achieved what we have been doing. Few achievements that as an association we have done in the past, because those times the incubation movement has been supported by the central government, and the funding has come from the central government. Very recently, the state missions have formed and they have started supporting incubation center. In those days, the first achievement, what we have done is the incubation centers are exempted from erstwhile service tax and as well as the current GST thing. And also the incubators have also been exempted. The initial years, if they are incubated at any incubation center supported by GST, has been exempted from the GST and erstwhile service tax. Secondly, we are able to get included in the Schedule 7 of this Companies Act 2013 to get CSR funding from the corporates, which also helps a lot of our incubation centers today to garner funds from the corporates to fund the startups
to convert their product into idea into product and take it forward, commercialization and scaling up. And also that helps a lot in sustainability and coming out new corporate programs. Thirdly, most of the incubation centers in those days have been registered as societies, and societies have been, as per the income tax law, we can't take equity in the startups. But incubation centers which are registered as a society has been exempted or allowed to take equity in the startups. That also made a great opportunity for the incubation centers to take or to make investments in the startups. So these are the few achievements, and we continuously closely work with the government agencies. I used to say that the associations usually negotiate with the government for benefits, but in the incubation movement, I'm happy to say that there are government officials here, Mr. Mittal, you have met, and others. They always work with us, get our feedback before planning or before formulating the schemes. That's how the NIDHI Prayas, NIDHI schemes of DST and other schemes have evolved. To that extent, as an association, we have contributed, we are closely working with the governments. When state missions have come, as formed and the startups ecosystem has been built in the states, we started closely working with the various state governments, and we are there in their selection boards, committees, where we are able to translate our experiences and expertise to the policy makers in formulating the systems and processes for establishing the incubation centers. Having said that, coming back to last 3 days of deliberation, it's a wonderful experience that we have. And we had about 150 incubation centers across the country participating in this ISBACON 2024. And the event started, out of this 150 incubation centers representatives, we had about 250 plus delegates who have registered from 150 incubation centers spread across 20 states from 75 cities. So the opening remarks, I mentioned that it is not about 250 incubation center executives, it's about 3,000 startups representatives are here in this particular hall. And it's a great opportunity that we had to have or it's not about having our event. We celebrated our pre-conference at your center at T-Hub. And we also had about 18 to 20 international delegates from Asian countries participating in this conference as part of the Asian Association of Business Incubators. All these delegates had an opportunity to go through your T-Hub facility, T-Works facility, have an interaction with the officials who are there. And also we had the pre-conference workshops, learn from the team about the T-Hub's experiences, and it's a great opportunity for us to learn because for people like Chennai and Bangalore, T-Hub is accessible, but for the incubation centers who have come from Jammu Kashmir to other Northeast and things like that, visiting T-Hub, it's a great opportunity that ISBACON has created for them. And then next 2 days of the conference, we did it in CCMB in this campus. And we had speakers representing all the stakeholders of the ecosystem, right from the investors to the incubation center CEOs to the investors and to the policy makers, covering right from the incubation activities to the internationalization. We had a wonderful sessions. And as the final session, not the final session, it's an most important and most dynamic session. People have gathered and people have heard about you. We have read about you. We have seen your speeches or shorts in the social media, but it's a great opportunity for you to listen to you. And with these few words, on behalf of the ISBA family, I join Dr. Ramji in welcoming you, and thank you for your presence here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh. And now I request Dr. Madhusudan Rao, CEO of AICCCMB, for the facilitation address. Sir.
Good afternoon. And it's my honor and pleasure, personal pleasure, to invite you to our midst. And it's a great honor for us to have you with us. And I have obviously a sense of belonging with our community of biotechnologists. That's a nice feeling. And the other one is I'm probably one of the admirers of your ability to narrate or articulate the vision of Telangana to the world. I think that's one of the most important thing, because the communication is the key to many things to happen. And I think you are very, very person that we would like to listen. thank you very much for being with us. And ISBA is as Mr. Suresh told you about, the ISBA, it's a kind of, we believe the incubators are the facilitators and the mediators of many of the entrepreneurs to take their ideas and technologies to the market. So we play a big role, and I think that's the reason why a lot of importance is given to the incubators. But I think the number of incubators are still not enough to cater to the number of startups that are out there. And then this particular thing, we discuss various issues that challenge the incubators in various aspects, as their sustainability or how to raise money, how to be more impactful, how to be tier 2, tier 3 cities kind of reach that we need to make, and also how to make a lot of things that are accessible to rural areas and things. There are a lot of issues that we keep talking about. So we wish to have more continuous contact with you and listen to your ideas, so that will be a kind of helpful for all of us. Thank you very much for being with us, and we wish you good luck. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir. Now it's my honor to request our chief guest, Honorable Shri K.T. Ramarao, sir, the former IT Minister, Government of Telangana, to deliver the valedictory address. Always it has been a pleasure to watching and listening to you, sir. It's a live experience. Thank you so very much for that.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Ramji, for welcoming me. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Also would like to thank you for the effusive introduction. Thank you very much. Dr. Suresh, I have quite a fascinating association with Coimbatore and PSG, so lovely seeing you in my city. Thank you very much. Also, thank you, Madhusudan Rao Garu. Thank you so much for welcoming us. Dr. Bala, thank you. To all the attendees from various parts of India, various incubators in India, welcome you to Hyderabad. I'd like to believe this is the most beautiful city in India. For those of you who are not from here, you can check it out yourself. It's a beautiful city. It's a lovely city. It offers you many more things other than the usual academics. It offers you the experience of history, culture, heritage, and also a blend of modernity and innovative youngsters and innovative startups that you would have probably experienced at T-Hub, T-Works, and also elsewhere in Hyderabad, among all the brilliant young startups that you probably would have interacted with. It's a pleasure to be here at this ISBA annual conference in 2024, which is coming back to Hyderabad after 17 years, as you said. Thank you very much. I'm told this is India's largest gathering of startup incubators. Compliments to you on completing 20 years, because I know as a representative of a political party which has been around for 24 years, to do anything beyond 2 decades or 3 decades and stay relevant is not easy. So my compliments, Suresh, on making this happen. 250 delegates and 20 plus Indian states being represented here, again, is definitely a sign of good things, because India is a very diverse country. In India, everything changes every 250 kilometers. The language, the dialect, the cuisine, the style in which we interact with each other, and many other things. So it's in a very diverse, heterogeneous country, to bring about a cohesion in terms of innovation, in terms of how we can learn from each other and without reinventing the wheel. That in itself is a huge challenge. So my compliments, Suresh, on making sure that all of you come together, all of you work together, and with brilliant minds like Dr. Mittal, Anita ji is here, and my colleague, Dr. Shanta is here, my colleague, Mr. Lakshma Reddy is here. So working with all these diverse, eclectic groups belonging to various states, bringing all of them together, and it in itself is a remarkable feat. So I do hope you've had a great experience in Hyderabad over the last 3 days, and I do hope you'll come back to T-Hub, T-Works for further collaborations, for further networking opportunities, etc. Now, as I reflect on the changing nature of words, the word initiative comes to mind quite easily. Initiative at one point of time was a word that was viewed with hesitation, often perceived as something uncertain. And now in India and elsewhere across the world, it is transformed into a symbol of leadership and opportunity. Now, in the world of startups and innovation, taking initiative is celebrated. It's seen as the crucial first step toward creating something groundbreaking. This shift in perception shows how much the world has evolved, where initiative is no longer something to shy away from, but a powerful leap towards progress and innovation. In fact, in this very auditorium at IICT, I remember, one of the events that I attended, I remember two things very distinctly. I think it was Dr. Mashelkar, if I remember correctly, who was here at this very podium addressing the audience. He said two things. India doesn't have the luxury of leapfrogging, is what he said. In terms of innovation, he said India does not have the luxury of leapfrogging. India needs to pole vault. India needs to jump a few hoops and catch up with the rest of the world. We don't have the luxury of leapfrogging. The second thing he said, I remember very distinctly. He had said, what India needs is not venture capital. India needs is a bit of adventure capital. I think that's, it's not just a good rhyming thing, to say, but it's a very logical thing to say as well. Because in the complex set of, issues that we encounter on a day-to-day basis as an innovator, I think one of the things India does need is capital and capitalists who are wanting to bet big and wanting to actually work with you all, young startups and young incubators, on really moving that innovation piece forward quickly. Now, when we talk about innovation, we often look to the global innovation hubs as the mecca of innovation. What makes it so? It's not just the cutting-edge technology or the abundance of talent. It's the ability to take ideas, market them, and present them to the world. While you could innovate, you also need the ability to pitch your ideas, to sell your vision. I think that's very, very important because, I've lived in the US for about 7.5 years. In fact, as Dr. Madhu said, my background was in biology. I have a graduate degree in microbiology, botany and chemistry from Nizam College, Hyderabad. Subsequently, I also have a master's degree in biotechnology from Pune University. And then I also have a master's degree in business administration in marketing and e-commerce from City University of New York. Now, what I realized the difference in how we work in India versus how we, how the United States works, there's a very distinct difference in terms of how the pitch is made, how they brilliantly market even the smallest of things. Our chief minister, our former chief minister, my leader, Shri KCR, he used to say, whenever we used to talk about tourism, he used to joke and he used to keep saying, he used to say, what is there in Singapore? With all due respect to Singapore, I'm not saying anything nasty. He used to say, what is there in Singapore to market? It's a very small city country. वहाँ पे है क्या? हम लोग जाते हैं इतना दूर से, वहाँ पे एक लायन का एक बड़ा एक वो है पुतला है, उसके सामने जाके एक तस्वीर खींच के आते हैं, बोलते हैं कि हम लोग सिंगापुर गए, ये किए, वो किए. मतलब ये है कि मैं कहना ये चाह रहा हूँ कि हमें marketing, even the smallest of things, if we are able to market it properly, pitch it properly, and present it. I think clarity of thought is important, but clarity of expression is far more important for a startup, for an innovator. I think that's something we can learn, take a few leaves out of, of the books of the American marketing geniuses and even the Bay Area marketing geniuses, because communication will create further value to whatever product you have. Communication is the key in terms of augmenting and in terms of actually making your product or service very, very presentable to the rest of the world. As we talk about innovation on a global scale, it's also important to recognize how we're fostering it locally right here in Telangana in the last 1 decade. As some of you may know it, Telangana is a new state. In fact, it is the most youngest state in India. It is only about 11 years old. Let me take you back and narrate a story that's very close to my heart and probably very highly relevant to this event. Ramji spoke about it for a minute, but I think this is a story that might inspire some of you at least. It all started in 2014, right after the formation of the new state. So June 2nd, 2014 is when the state was formed. And June, I think, 4th or 5th, I was actually at ISB, I think, right, I think it was like 2 or 3 days after the formation of the state, I swore in as a minister, and I was very keen to learn. I was very keen to learn, to understand exactly what we can do in terms of innovation. So I ended up at one of the best places in Hyderabad, which is IIT Hyderabad and the ISB Hyderabad. Ended up there, started interacting with the directors, the deans, the researchers, some students as well. was asking questions. I was very inquisitive. I wanted to understand what's going on. So there was always this big debate of how Bangalore is ahead of everybody else. Anybody from Bangalore here? Nobody? Seriously? Acha, few of you. Thank you. So how Bangalore is ahead, way ahead in fact, of rest of the country in terms of innovation, and how the startup culture there is, far ahead in terms of, say, the venture capital that they attract, in terms of the number of unicorns, a bunch of other things, which are very, very nice about Bangalore. So the one question that I kept asking myself, and also everybody else I met with, I said, how is it that this city has done so well, whereas other Indian cities, which have been traditionally very, very popular, like Chennai, like Delhi, Bombay, which are again home to some of the best institutions, even Hyderabad, some brilliant academic institutions like IICT, CCMB, NIN, NGRI. How come we don't have as much innovation happening in our city? And how can we attract more investments? Because I was a Minister for Technology, Minister for Commerce. So my job was to attract investments, create jobs. So that was a question that was foremost on my mind. Amidst all this uncertainty in the initial days of formation of a new state, the idea was, how can we brand Telangana, which has just become a new state, as a startup state, as a state which is fledgling, which is just about beginning its journey? How can we make this a very attractive story? That was the premise. Now the question I was asking is, how can we leverage the innovation ecosystem here? I realized that there are enough number of institutions in Hyderabad, like the ones I just mentioned, and many more. There are enough, again, academic institutions, number of brilliant colleges, brilliant higher education institutions, research institutions, and also a lot of youngsters who are very, very keen to become entrepreneurs, to innovate, etc. Now, the key point was to be able to bring all of them onto one platform, to see how we can create a synergy and how the government can play the role of an enabler. So the one takeaway for me on the 5th of June, when I ended up at IIIT Hyderabad and ISB Hyderabad, was, if I wanted my state to be called as a startup state, probably what I would require is a fine synthesis of some, synergy between all these various institutions, and how we can probably bring them together. And the one X factor that was missing in comparison with Bangalore for Hyderabad was a vibrant innovation ecosystem. So that's how we started realizing that we needed to look at this closely. And that's how actually T-Hub became a reality. This was 2014, June 5th, when we started looking at this. In 2015, T-Hub actually took shape. And I have to share the story with you. I wanted nobody else other than Ratan Tata to inaugurate it. A lot of people asked me. He just passed away. I remember him fondly. I've had many interactions with him. A lot of people asked me, they said, there are a number of unicorn founders that you can get. Why are you calling Ratan Tata? I said, I think he really symbolizes, he truly symbolizes the kind of change I want to see in India. Because here is this septuagenarian, a 70-year-old plus man. Now I think when he passed, he was 86. A 70-plus-year-old man who's as old as the independent India, because India was also there about 65 odd years of independence. But you see this gentleman who's 70 plus, who could very happily retire, who could very happily move away because, he's wealthy, he's got he's got access to all the good things in life, he doesn't have to work at all. But you see him investing in a startup every other day. You see him trying to do something or the other new every single day to keep himself occupied. He keeps interacting. He keeps going to places, lecturing on innovation, etc., etc. So I was very keen. So I reached out to him. I said, Mr. Tata, I want you to come inaugurate this facility. He said, what is this T-Hub? So I made a pitch. I said, sir, this is actually probably the biggest incubator in India now. And this is going to be a place where all of the innovators will basically come together. They'll have mentorship. They'll have all kinds of logistical support from the government. They'll also probably be able to pitch to the venture capital, which was a very nascent idea. Unfortunately, he was sick. He said, I'm sick, I can't travel. He said, I'd be happy to do it virtually. I said, no. I want you to come. I want you to come and inspire all of us. He said, that would mean a couple of months. I'm going through a medical procedure. I can only come a couple of months later. I said, fine. We actually postponed the event by, I think, 2 or 3 months just to make sure Mr. Ratan Tata was here. And the reason why I'm mentioning, because, when you hear the name Tata, You think of a large truck or a large manufacturing facility in Jamshedpur, a steel industry. But when you see the man and when you see the kind of investments he's making, it's very inspirational. So I wanted him to come. He came in on the 5th of November, 2015. I remember distinctly. And he made a fantastic speech when he saw the facility, interacted with the startups. This is what he said. And that is my biggest takeaway in my interactions with Mr. Ratan Tata. He said, T-Hub, this facility that I've just inaugurated, is a symbol, is a face of modern India. This is what he had said. And that is what I take most pride in. I was, of course, wanting to lash on to the lowest hanging fruit, so therefore I went to ISB, therefore I went to IIIT Hyderabad, and then we also started seeing how we can really, like I said, probably scale up and grow up, into a next level. That's when I started touring the world. I traveled to the US many a times, to the Valley, and also many other inspiring incubation hubs and nodes and important so-called destinations. Result of all these interactions was we realized, if India really has to be a force in the world in terms of our ability to challenge the world, ability to actually connect with the rest of innovation ecosystem in the world, we also need scale. So we decided that we will actually create the world's largest tech incubator in India, and that too in Hyderabad. So the initial phase of T-Hub was only about 75 to 78,000 square foot in terms of physical space. It could only accommodate about 200 startups. But then we wanted to create the world's largest. So then we went about methodically again, and this time we have, where you were yesterday, in fact, that place, the T-Hub phase 2, we used to call it reactor. I'm not sure what this government is calling it anymore. But we created almost 570,000 square foot of space, which can eventually accommodate more than 2,000 startups under one single roof. And alongside that, while we were working on this, alongside that, we basically carved out about 18 acres in of prime real estate in Hyderabad Knowledge City. Alongside the T-Hub, we also created India's largest prototyping facility called as T-Works, so that, hobbyists, enthusiasts, anybody who's wanting to create a product prototype can actually dabble in that. It could be a youngster, a college student, or could just be a hobbyist, or could just be somebody else. We created T-Works. And alongside of these two, we also created what is called as Image Tower. Now, Image literally stands for innovation in animation, multimedia, gaming, and entertainment. Now, between all three of them, we have decided to create 1.5 million square foot of constructed space, which would eventually have more than 5,000 startups working under one single roof, and that truly would be the world's largest innovation campus. So this was the vision of our government in terms of creating T-Hub, T-Works, Image, all in one location, co-located together, so that these kids could work with each other, talk to each other, get inspired, and also network, and also grow as time passes. Now, I think we've had some great successes also from T-Hub, T-Works, and I can tell you it's a unique PPP model what we've created with backing from the government, and along with support from industry leaders and premier educational institutions. T-Hub became a living, breathing ecosystem, and it wasn't long before it began to make waves. It played a pivotal role in positioning Telangana as a hub for entrepreneurship, nurturing thousands of startups in the state, connecting them to investors, mentors, and industry leaders. And we did not stop at this. We started creating more and more of such incubators. We have created India's one and only women entrepreneurship hub, called as a V-Hub. Then subsequently, we also created what is called as RICH, the Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad, which again brings about a synergy between academic institutions, the marketplace out there, so that you actually start researching and working more, not on what is what is of interest to us, but also to the market outside. We also then subsequently wanted to catch our innovators young. So we brought in some very brilliant young minds from across the world. Dr. Shanta Tautam is sitting right in front of me. She was working in the US. She has a PhD. She's a doctor. I brought her from the US, made her the CEO of Telangana State Innovation Cell, whose intent was to work with the 26,000 government schools that there are in Telangana, catch our young minds. In association with the Education Department, we launched what is called as a School Innovation Challenge, and we went about identifying entrepreneurs from rural backgrounds, entrepreneurs who are coming out with some socially useful products, and we wanted to create more and more of such vehicles. The momentum ultimately led us from 200 startups in 2014 to now more than 5,000 startups in Hyderabad in a span of 10 years. We have, but I think the sheer numbers don't really matter. If you ask me, it's not the quantity, but I think it's the quality. So therefore, I'm also super proud that some of these startups have made waves across the world. In fact, a T-Hub incubator called as Skyroot was the first Indian space tech company to have sent a satellite into the orbit. Now that is the kind of impact we've been able to create. Also, over the past 8-9 years, T-Hub has contributed to a total investment of more than $3.5 billion in the startups that it has nurtured. Of course, fueled innovation with more than 600 corporate partnerships, facilitated 500 mentor connections, and engaged with more than 3,000 startups. Well, I can go on and on about T-Hub because it was my baby, but I think I've said enough on that. Like I said, we've also created a number of other institutions, but the last thing I'll tell you before I quit. We believed very strongly in the 3I mantra to spur further innovation. What do I mean, the 3I mantra? We said, we have to innovate, incubate, incorporate. At the same time, we also, while we do this, we also wanted to focus as a whole, and I'm sure Jayesh must have mentioned it when he was here. What's important, Dr. Suresh, is I think all of us can learn from each other. We collaborated with many other states. We collaborated with Goa. We collaborated with, I remember, Delhi. We also collaborated with Assam in terms of helping them from our learnings, from our experience on how we could probably build incubators at a faster pace, how we could probably help them without having to reinvent the wheel. And most importantly, I think the 3I mantra that I was espousing all along: innovation, infrastructure, and most important is inclusive growth. We cannot be elitist. Incubators can't just be in tier 1 cities. They can't just be in Hyderabad's and Chennai's and all the metros. We have to spread them to tier 2 and tier 3 towns. That's exactly what we've done in Telangana. In about 10 tier 2 towns in Telangana, the government of Telangana had created lovely IT hubs, in which we also have a space dedicated for innovation for T-Hub at a rural tier 2 destination. We also have what is called as TASK, the Telangana Academy for Skills and Knowledge, so that a job seeker can go to TASK, a job creator, a potential job creator can come to T-Hub or can come to T-Works. So this is a kind of whole of ecosystem approach that we have taken, and it's been a fascinating journey. Today I'm proud to share with you as I stand here that my state truly is a startup state, because in the first 10 years of its existence, it went from being ranked 14th in terms of per capita income in 2014 to number 1 in 2023 when we actually relinquished office. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Look forward to continued conversations, and I hope you continue to enjoy Hyderabad and your visits here. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir, for such a lovely session. You spoke about innovation, the 3 mantras, how T-Hub has developed. You also spoke about We Hub, more power to all the women and more power to all the men who are supporting them. It's great to hear about all the details, what Hyderabad as a Telangana state is doing. And it's inspiring that how we need to believe in collaboration and support each other. Then only we can become number 1 in the world. And can we have a big, big round of applause once again? तालियां जोर से बजनी चाहिए, उसमें शोर होना चाहिए. और सर, आप हमारे लिए बहुत ही प्रेरणा का स्रोत हैं. And now I request Dr. Suresh to kindly present the memento to our guest, please. Can we have a big round of applause once again? तालियां बजती रहें तो प्रोत्साहन बना रहता है। सर एकमात्र स्तोत्र हैं, हम सभी इनसे बहुत ही प्रभावित हैं और आज हमें इनसे रूबरू होने का मौका मिला है, तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत सौभाग्य की बात है। Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much. And now I request Dr. Balachandra, Director of MeitY, TBI, and Vice President of ISBA, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected KTR Garu, the former IT Minister, Government of Telangana, Dr. Suresh, Executive Director, PSG STEP, and President of ISBA, Dr. Madhusudan Rao, CEO, AIC CCMB, Dr. Ramji Palela, COO, AIC CCMB, Dr. Anita Gupta, Head of CEST Division, Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Yogesh Brahmankar, Head Innovation Cell, Director Innovation at Ministry of Education, and all delegates, dignitaries present here, press and media. So, good afternoon. It's a great privilege and honor to have one of the great champions of innovation and startups in the country as part of our ISBA's closing ceremony. Sir, your vision and action combined with passion and dedication has resulted in tall outcomes. You've given all this as a gift to the society. The T-Hub, T-Works, V-Hub, Image, Task, Reach, not only in physical shape, but also in providing stimulating intellectual environment for the creative minds. Thank you, sir, for gracing the ISBACON and for your kind words of wisdom and inspiration. In incubation, we talk about technology transfer. What you have done is an energy transfer with a positive aura. So as the people get back to their respective zones, I think lots of inspiration from your words of wisdom. And I also take this opportunity to thank the local host, AIC CCMB, for putting special efforts, and IICT for providing this wonderful auditorium. And in AIC CCMB, I would like to have a special word of gratitude to Dr. Madhusudan Rao, Dr. Ramji, Ms. Ritika, and the entire team of AIC CCMB. And we also thank Mr. Vijay and Rajesh and Mr. Sujit, CEO, T-Hub, for the masterclass arrangements and the visit facilitation. The participants were awestruck, especially the international ones were very, very impressed with the kind of work happening there. And also to T-Works, Mr. Joginder. Our sincere thanks to all speakers, session managers, for providing deep insights through your wisdom and expertise. We are really honored and humbled to have this kind of intellectual prowess happening over the last 3 days. We are also very grateful to all our sponsors, starting with the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Government of Telangana, BIRAC, Ministry of Electronics, IKP Knowledge Park, Sanchi Connect, Enthutech, Thermo Fisher, Oban and Associates, AWS, and ICICI Bank. Our thanks is due to all our local anchor incubators for extending great support for the conduct of this conference in a very, very smooth manner. Sri Lakshman Reddy Garu, who's present here gracing this occasion, thank you very much for joining us. Our thanks to President ISBA for putting together his best efforts to make this conference a memorable one. And I also take this opportunity to thank the Vice President, Mr. Prasad Menon, for being the chair of this conference session and providing a great experience, supported amply by the other governing body members, Prasad Shetty, Gladys Noyer, and a few others. And our thanks to all support providers, including the production and creative teams, the catering supporters, press and media for giving wider coverage, and more particularly all the participants for traveling from the length and breadth of the country for being with us. And I also have a special word of appreciation to the AABI, the Asian Association of Business Incubation, for choosing Hyderabad as a venue for hosting the AABI General Assembly and AABI Summit this year. We thank the AABI President and Vice President on this occasion. So thank you one and all, and have a safe and return journey, and thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Bala sir, for your kind words. And now, if I may request our guest to capture this moment with the governing body team, who has been working day and night to get these things for all of us. Thank you.
all can stay back. We will have our open house continued till we have the high tea. So stay back. We'll answer many questions. Okay. Okay, everyone, give a big round of applause so that there. We have 20 minutes till we have the high tea. 20 minutes. Huh? High tea. Huh?
I request everyone to kindly be seated and yeah. Guys, I request everyone to please come back. We are not done yet. Hello everyone. I once again request everyone to please come back. I request everyone to please come back. You can ask all your questions, clear all your doubts right now. This is the moment you can check with all of us. If you have any doubts, you can clarify that now. This is your moment to ask. मैं वही बोली क्या कर सकते चलो हम भी खींचते हैं फोटो चलो guys anybody want to have photo with us
Can we request Maharashtra team to come? All the people from our friends. Team Maharashtra, can you join us on stage quickly? Anyone?
Wait, I'm calling. I'm calling.
सर एक सामने से लीजिएगा इसी को दबाना सामने से इसी को दबाना
सर